Good evening, and welcome to the Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 regular school board meeting. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Mrs. Julian, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Miss Charlie,
Here.
Mr. Shannon,
Here.
Colonel Cole,
Here.
Colonel Foster is expected on Zoom, Mr. Burgess,
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Here.
Doran,
Here.
Here.
Cole,
Here. Here. Here.
board has a quorum.
Next on our agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion. May I have a motion to approve the agenda with consent items?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Charlie,
Yes.
Shannon,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Maple,
Yes.
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 Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Doran,
Yes.
Burnett.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next up is public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1 hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of each meeting. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last, and state their area of residence. You will notice a new time clock here that we have had for a couple board meetings now. The light will turn green when your time starts. When you have reached 30 seconds left in your testimony, the light will turn yellow. At the end of your 3 minutes, a buzzer will sound. At this time, we will open it up for public testimony on non-agenda items. Do we have any students who wish to testify not in relation to the school consolidation? Seeing none, we will move over to our list. First up, we will have Chelsea Woods. No Chelsea. Okay. Then we will move on to April Johnson. Good evening, Ms. Johnson. State your name, spell your last. You have 3 minutes.
April Johnson, Johnsson, and I reside in North Pole. So my child has grown up hearing the phrase, "You are free to perform any action you choose. You are not free from the consequence of that action." 9% of the time he's heard that, it's been over something trivial. Like, "Dad's in the shower, can I throw snow over the shower curtain on him?" You're free to perform any action you choose, bud, not free from that consequence, though. That other 10%, especially as he's grown up into his teen years, it's been over bigger things, some fully stepping out of teenage shenanigans and into serious trouble. I guess this is the consequence of that action. I didn't choose very good, did I? No, bud, you didn't. And now you have a rough road and a lot of work ahead of you. I can't help but think of the school board's recent and upcoming decisions, of that phrase my son has spent his life hearing, and what the future of our district will look like. While we may not have a crystal ball, I do have experience and what borders on a superpower through my neurodivergence. My pattern recognition, the way things fall into place in my mind, it's not unlike seeing the future at times. I've seen outsourcing fail 3 times in my professional life, twice with the partial janitorial outsourcing and once with the partial catering service outsourcing, each failing miserably to provide either savings or adequate service. Closing schools disrupts, displaces, and demoralizes students, educators, and families. And in some cases, like Salcha and Two Rivers, it removes much needed community
Ms.
centers.
Johnson, is this about the school
Earls.
closures?
Nope, that was the only bit in there.
Okay.
I do appreciate the difficult situation you've all been thrown into and the work you have done. I don't envy what's been put before you or the decisions you have to make, but I need you all to understand the gravity and just how far-reaching the consequences of your actions ripple out into our communities, and more importantly, the mess it leaves behind that needs to be cleaned up. Just because the hard decisions have been made, and it doesn't mean your work is done with your vote. We are expecting you all to step up and help support students and educators and families who will be displaced or lose a job because of these actions and the decisions you have to make. You are free to perform any action you choose, but you are not free from the consequence of that action, and we will be holding you all accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we will have Danette Peterson. Not seeing Danette. Okay, we will move on. Oh, there she is. There she is. Hello, Miss Peterson. If you can state your name, spell your last.
Danette Peterson, Peterson, Fairbanks. First, thank you for your service and for being patient with my arrival. Undeniably, as a community, we find ourselves in a horrible situation and one that we never wanted to be in. Whatever the decision tonight, there will inevitably be a deep sense of loss. There is a natural grieving process that follows: tears, anger, disappointment, hurt. It is not so much about the bricks that make these buildings special, but about the communities that are formed
Miss
within.
Peterson, is this about school consolidations?
In part.
Okay, then we'll have to move you to the other testimony, or if you can skip over the part about consolidations.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep. My apologies. Next up for non-agenda items, if this is not with school closures, we will have Susanna Westoff. No Susanna? Oh, there she is. And this is not about the school consolidations, right?
No, purely financial.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Susanna Westhoff, Westhoff, and I reside in Fairbanks. So I was reviewing this 207-page document here called the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District's Annual Comprehensive Report for the fiscal year ending in June 30th of 2024. So on the whole, I've noticed that the financial statements and everything look okay.
Can you speak up in the mic more?
Sorry.
No worries.
So on the whole, when I'm looking over everything, the financials look all right. But 2 points did jump out to me here. One is that teaching expenses jumped significantly this year. However, the statements do not indicate what the nature of that cause was. Why did they go up? Then 2, the equity, a measure of financial strength, is less than 1%, which means the system is living on a razor's edge, which is not good. Based on the financials provided in the audit, the district is working with less than $140 million in assets. And while the total net possession deficit went down from negative $13,401,436 in 2023 to a positive of $1,258,455 in 2024, it is still not enough. As we know, every school district in Alaska must submit their operating budget to the Alaska Department of Education by July 15th of each fiscal year for review. It's no secret that the district was aware that they would be operating within a deficit and has been for many years now. Based on the audit statement, the certificated district administration took a 30% increase in salaries from $500,940 in 2023 to $655,611 in 2024. Whilst I'm aware the district administration only accounts for 6.3% expenses by category, almost a drop in the bucket, so to speak, how and why would district administration take a 30% increase in salaries knowing the deficits that our schools face? Based on Governor Dunleavy's conference on January 22nd regarding President Trump's executive orders to opening Alaska up for exponential growth in a variety of areas, there's been a lot of talk about STEM and schools and creating STEM-based charter schools. We are now in the next couple of years going to be facing an influx of people based on that. We're going to be graduating students out into that world. So now what is our plan going forward to accommodate those needs? How to fund them, especially with, there's also the cons of the tariffs that are being embarked now. So that's something to think about when you're talking about financials.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we will have April Smith. Ms. Smith, this is not about school consolidations.
No,
Okay, thank you. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
thanks. My name's April Smith, SMITH, and I live in North Pole. I'm here to talk about North Star College. I want to thank the board and administration for their vision and hard work in getting this program up and running, even during the crazy times of COVID and deep budget constraints. I thank all of you for looking for innovation and opportunities under these frustrating circumstances. The school at North Star College is exactly what we need more of in our community. It is efficient, with the per student funding covering nearly all the associated costs. I especially want to thank the district for making North Star College available to not just traditionally college-bound kids, but for keeping the GPA to apply at 2.5 and giving less than perfect kids a chance. My son went from a 2.5 high school student who had virtually no interest in college to the UAF honor roll. He is suddenly seeing himself as college material. He's seeing careers that he never considered as options, and he is thriving on the independence and high bar that North Star College offers. I hope that in the continued environment of cuts and bickering, that this testimony gives you hope. I hope it empowers you to act and to do what needs done to create efficiency and excellence for the students we have now, so that when the elementary schoolers who are affected today by school closures and other budget cuts and changes are in high school, they have North Star College available to open their eyes to the possibility of careers that they thought were out of reach or not for them, like my son had. A real problem with public education right now is that it has lost sight of its purpose. The purpose is to provide education. Shocking, I know. But the purpose is to provide an education to those who want it in a manner that they can best receive it. For most, that'll be in a classroom in a school, and for many, it will be at home with their parents and community teachers. For some, it will be at college while earning dual credit with supports. Charters, homeschool, North Star College, etc., are not the enemy of so-called regular public education. They are the partners. They are alongside you doing the same work with the same goals. It's not about getting the most students to fall in line to one mode of education or another. It's about effective governance, providing the most effective use of our funds to offer the most students a pathway to success, whatever that means to them, not you. So when you go to make deep cuts in our budget, keep at the forefront that we are an education organization. All of our decisions have to be made considering how to have smaller class sizes and more parental involvement. Those are the two biggest indicators of student success. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That brings us to the end of our signups for non-agenda topics. Is there anybody else in the audience who at this time would wish to testify on anything that is not related to school consolidations? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. Next up, we will move into our advisory member reports and comments. Mr. Shannon?
Yeah, not too much going on right now. We just had a regional student council meeting on Wednesday. Not too much. The biggest thing we're doing right now is we're preparing for the middle school workshop. So basically, it's going to be a district-wide thing. It's going to be hosted at West Valley after spring break to basically get kids interested in student council in high school, making sure their voices get heard in our local and state governments. And once I get more information on that, I might get that out to the school board. You can show up, talk about a little bit about what you do. So yeah, that's all I got right now. Thanks.
Any questions from the board? Miss Charlie? None? Okay. Mr. Cole or Colonel Cole?
None at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Cole. Miss Richardson, is Colonel Foster on Zoom? Okay, thank you. That will bring us to board committee reports. Do any board members have committee reports that they would like to share at this time? Seeing none, we will move into the president's report. So I debated on how to do this tonight. First, I will start with a little bit of fun because I think that's deserving. This Thursday, West Valley High School, their hockey team is having military appreciation and senior night. It's at 4:30 p.m. at Big Dipper Ice Arena. They will be playing Lathrop High School, and we are saying goodbye to 9 amazing seniors as they journey off into adulthood. I am so very proud of each and every one of these guys, and it really is going to be a heck of a night. And so if you are looking for some fun, Thursday night at 4:30 at the Big Dipper, go watch some great hockey. Big shout out to the students who put on Lathrop High's musical Mean Girls. It truly was an amazing show, like top notch. Just so many accolades. It was just amazing. I love seeing our students on stage and just doing the things that they love. So that brings us into a little bit of heavier stuff. So tonight we are here before you as we confront the difficult yet necessary conversation regarding the future of our district and the potential consolidation of 5 schools. It is not a topic we approach lightly, and I recognize the weight it carries for our students, staff, and families. However, it is a conversation we can no longer avoid, as it is at the heart of ensuring that we can continue to provide high-quality education for all of our students despite the challenges that we are facing. First, we must acknowledge the undeniable reality that we are experiencing declining enrollment. For several years now, our student population has been shrinking. Families are moving out of the district, and our younger students are simply not enrolling in the numbers we once saw. This shift has led to a district with fewer students, which presents both logistical and financial challenges that we cannot ignore. Coupled with this decline in enrollment is the reality of stagnant funding. Despite our best efforts, we have not seen the financial increases necessary to keep up with the rising costs of education. Our funding model has not adjusted to account for these changes, and as a result, we are left in the same positions year after year, forced to make hard choices with limited resources. In light of these ongoing challenges, we find ourselves being pushed into increasingly difficult positions. We are constantly asked to do more with less, and each year, the options are growing fewer. I know that this is frustrating, and I feel that frustration every day on this board right now. We all care deeply about our students and their success, but we cannot ignore that if we continue on this path without change, that we are risking our ability to provide the best education we can. However, this is also an opportunity to right-size our district in a way that allows us to offer better programs and educational outcomes. By consolidating schools, we can ensure that the resources we do have are used more effectively. With fewer schools to manage, we can focus on improving the quality of education, offering more specialized programs, and investing in professional development for our teachers. Consolidation gives us the chance to reduce overhead, create more diverse course offerings, and provide our students with a better, more cohesive educational experience. But we must be clear. If we do not consolidate these schools, we will be facing an increase in our budget deficit, a reality that we simply cannot afford. Adding more students into larger classrooms may seem like an easy solution, but it is not. More students in a class means less individualized attention, less opportunity for enrichment, and more strain on our already stretched thin resources. This approach would only exacerbate the problems we're facing and not lead to the improved educational outcomes we want for our students. We are at a crossroads, and the decisions we make tonight will shape the future of our district for years to come. I urge all of us to think not only about the short-term challenges, but about the long-term benefits that consolidation can bring. Together, we can navigate these difficult waters and emerge stronger with a renewed focus on providing the best possible education for every child in our care. Board members, before I conclude, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense work that each of you has put into this process. You have been tasked with making decisions that many would consider impossible, and I understand the weight of that responsibility. The time, thought, and effort that you have invested in this district is nothing short of absolutely extraordinary. I leave you with the words that I spoke last night that came from a very highly respected individual here in our district. There is only a right decision. You make the best decision you can with the information you have at the time, with as much forethought as possible, and then you make it right by putting your energy, effort, and creativity into making it work. I trust that whatever decision is made tonight by us here on this board, that we will bring our full commitment to making this work for our students, our staff, and our community. Thank you. Seeing no questions, Dr. Minor, would you please share your report with us?
All right, thank you, President Burnett. Last week I had the opportunity to travel to Juneau with President Burnett and Vice President Maple to advocate for additional funding for our schools. While there's broad recognition across both sides of the aisle that school districts across Alaska need increased funding, given the lack of meaningful adjustments to keep pace with inflation, there remains significant debate on how to fund these increases and what policies should accompany them. President Burnett and I had the privilege of presenting to the Senate Education Committee, where we highlighted the incredible student achievements happening in our district, including improvements in literacy, attendance, school culture and climate, and graduation rates. At the same time, we made clear the extremely challenging fiscal climate our district has navigated over the past 10 years. Our presentation was well received and provided legislators outside of Fairbanks with a clear understanding of the incredibly difficult cuts our board members have been forced to make in the last 10 years. Now it is our legislators' duty to provide a meaningful increase to the base student allocation to support the needs of our students and our schools here in Fairbanks. I want to extend my sincere thanks to Mayor Hopkins for inviting the district administration to the borough's Assembly Finance Committee on Thursday evening. In his short time as mayor, I have greatly appreciated his openness to discussing the needs of our district and his commitment to prioritizing school capital projects in the future. We are grateful for the opportunity to present to the Assembly, share details about both large and small projects in the KIP, and request a seat at the table when prioritizing borough projects. We look forward to answering any questions that the Assembly may have and hopeful that we'll recognize the critical needs of our schools and reprioritize projects accordingly. Tonight marks a significant and challenging moment for our district as we continue our discussions on school consolidations, and I want to begin by acknowledging the tremendous amount of work that has gone into the process. The board has spent countless hours in discussions, reviewing data, and engaging with the community. This work is neither easy nor taken lightly, and I deeply appreciate the dedication each of you has shown in ensuring we're making the best decision for our students and our district's future. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to our principals, teachers, and staff members, including members of my administration, who day in and day out create exceptional learning environments for our students. Each of our schools have unique cultures, special traditions, strong relationships, and learning experiences that shape our students' educational journeys. This work does not go unnoticed, and I want to acknowledge the deep commitment our educators bring to their schools every day and how incredible each and every one of our schools are. Last night, I was asked for more clarity on my position regarding the school consolidations. To be clear, the board has the administration's recommended plan before them. With that being said, if the board were to remove a school from the closure list, I do believe Pearl Creek has a strong potential to serve as a successful magnet school going forward, which could help close the savings gap that would have come from a full closure, and I see the opportunity in attracting new students to the district in the future. However, I must be clear, I cannot in good conscience recommend removing multiple schools from the closure list. Our district continues to face extreme budgetary challenges compounded by a 20-year enrollment decline. This difficult reality is that we must take action to ensure the sustainability of our schools and protect the quality of education we provide all of our students across the district. After the board's vote tonight, and if they choose to consolidate schools, my administration will fully support the decision that is made and immediately begin working with school communities to support smooth transitions for our students, families, and staff. Change is never easy, but I am committed to making this process as supportive as possible. Additionally, we will develop redistricting maps and provide opportunities for community input before finalizing new attendance areas, ensuring that families have a voice in this important process. Moving forward, I look forward to continued conversations on how we can continue improving and strengthening our Fairbanks schools in the future. This includes ongoing discussions about our strategic plan and the key priorities that will guide our district. Additionally, we will continue to engage in dialogue about the fundamental qualities and expectations we want to see in all of our schools across the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, ensuring that every student has access to a high quality and enriching learning experiences. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none at this time, we will move into our action items with the approval of school closure of Hunter, Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, Salcha, and Two Rivers Elementary Schools at the end of the 24-25 school year. The board, since January 6, 25 work session, has been reviewing and discussing the school closure recommendations. May I get a motion brought to the floor, please?
Move to approve closure of Hunter, Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, Salcha, and Two Rivers Elementary Schools at the end of the 24-25 school year.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. I was going to open up for public comment first, Ms. Dulia. Is that okay? Okay. We're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. We do have a list of pre-sign-ups, so same rules. State your first name, spell your last. You will have 3 minutes. And if we could get John Hammock up first, and then we will have Chelsea Davis.
Name's John Hammock, Hammack, from Two Rivers. Thanks everybody for your time tonight. I do appreciate it. It does seem to me that you've already made your decisions. I do appreciate that. It's gonna be tough on my kids, and you're consolidating them all right now. That's great. You're gonna do it again in a few more years because you keep closing stuff on the outsides of these towns, outside of Fairbanks, keep moving it closer to the heart of the city, And you're going to get more and more people homeschooling and not caring about what value the public school has. So when you say that you want to protect the integrity of our school and our education, well, I think that's part of why we're losing the people we are right now. Is there people having less kids? Yeah, absolutely. But at the end of the day, they're not putting them in public schools because of this kind of stuff right here. And it's frustrating. My daughter's quite upset over it. But you're going to end up doing what you end up doing anyhow. And I just want you to know that you're going to be having this conversation again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If we could get Chelsea Davis up next, and then we will have Eric Schoen after that. Or Eric Shane, I apologize. Hello, Miss Davis. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Chelsea Davis, Davis. Today, I speak not just as a parent and district employee, but a resident of Two Rivers. As we approach the vote, I find myself deeply frustrated. This is not consolidation, a term that applies to schools in proximity. This is closure. For our small rural community, this decision will cause immense disruption to our children and families and have significant and far-reaching consequences for the community's economy and development. I've emailed a more in-depth, extensive list. Two Rivers is their own community from Fairbanks. We have our own post office, gas station, coffee shop, store, and many local small businesses. A trip to town for us isn't just a quick errand. It requires planning, and most of us only choose to go when necessary. For some of us, that's once a week or even less often. We have to factor in at least an hour's worth of driving, if not more. We pack food, essentials, map out our day, and brace for the long haul and often hazardous roads. As the coordinator of Two Rivers School, I have been one of the main drivers of the new Homestead theme, and we began this innovative process last year as soon as we found out our school was on the potential closure list, knowing our district is struggling and we needed to help. We are vastly gaining community and family engagement, one of the top ways to ensure and enrich student success, remember? I acknowledge that a small rural school is more expensive. That is why we have set out to reimagine what rural education looks like. We are leveraging our unique setting to offset costs and create a sustainable model. We're already succeeding. In just 1 year, we've increased enrollment, we've partnered with 5+ organizations, and have many dedicated volunteers that have helped to bring this vision to life. And my has it grown, all with a grassroots concept. Two Rivers has the potential to be a model for other rural schools, not just in Alaska, but beyond. We believe this school will lead the way into the future of public operation. Let us continue to plant the seeds for our future. Instead of closing schools and cutting programs, why have we not been working on root cause solutions, increasing enrollment, and building our district stronger? Closing these 5 schools and making massive disruptions will only make it weaker. This consolidation plan is not a solution to the problems. We are going in the wrong direction. The trickle-down effect this is going to cause is harrowing to think about. Studies show past closures from all over prove disastrous outcomes. We will lose a hefty percentage of students leaving the district, causing even less funding. When you cast your vote, I ask that you consider the long-term impacts. Was that part of the Finance Committee's criteria? Some closures fade away as urban committees and neighboring schools can more easily embrace change and adapt, but some have lasting consequences. Two Rivers and Salcha will not simply fade away. It'll be an empty hole in our community. I urge you to consider the real and lasting impacts of your decision. The future of our rural school, our community, depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Eric Shane, and then we'll have Christina Turman. Good evening. If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name's Eric Shane, Schoen. Thank you all for your service to our community at this very difficult time. I'm a fisheries biologist and a parent of 2 Pearl Creek students, but I'm not here to talk about my wonderful experience at this outstanding neighborhood school. I'm here to talk about my experience as a scientist doing outreach at Pearl Creek over the last 6 years. I've seen impressive engagement from staff and the benefits of hands-on outdoor science activities that students can walk to from their school. For the last couple of years, on a sunny day in May, 150 second and third graders have walked down the bike path from Pearl Creek to Belaine Lake, where they meet me and a team of scientists, and we catch bugs out of Belaine Lake and a nearby pond in the woods. Then they go out with my colleague Katie Spellman, and they take pictures of leaves budding out on the trees and send their data to NASA. This is super fun. It gets the kids outside at a time when it's almost summer break and they're having a hard time sitting still. They move their bodies, they do some science, and it's rewarding to see kids who I don't know later on in the community who come up to me and they say, "Hey, you're the water bug guy. I want to tell you about this cool bug I found." So I think it sticks with some of the kids. A hands-on STEAM focus isn't just an aspirational goal for Pearl Creek. It's something that's been happening for many, many, many years. It's been built on, it's been nurtured, it's been cultivated by the staff, the wonderful principals, the teachers, and the parents and families. The partners in the community, we're all in. These relationships take time to develop. I started out personally 6 years ago just visiting my daughter's kindergarten class to talk about how fish eat bugs. And I had such a great experience. I was supported by her teacher that I kept coming back. And now I rope in half a dozen of my colleagues and we interact with all the third grades. My daughter won't let me come to her class anymore because she thinks I'm too embarrassing. So now I just interact with other people's kids, which is fine with me. But let's build on these relationships. Let's open this model up to more students. Let's attract more families to move to Fairbanks and entice more of our neighbors who are homeschooling or attending private school back into the district. Let's use innovative educational options like place-based STEAM activities that gets kids moving outside and using their hands. Let's not uproot these relationships and try to rebuild them somewhere else. I think I would certainly go volunteer in other places, but it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of effort. These relationships, they don't just, you can't just transplant them easily. Please keep Pearl Creek open and allow it to attract new students from outside its boundaries so we can bring more funding into the district, maintain a thriving neighborhood school in a cost-neutral way, and position the district to attract more grant funding.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Christina Turman. And then we'll have Heidi Rader. If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Christina Turman, Turman. Thank you, guys. You're doing a lot of hard work. When you requested community feedback a month ago, one message was loud and clear. We are in a crisis. We do not want complaints right now. We want solutions. And that is exactly what Pearl Creek has done. If you haven't noticed, we are so eager to work with you and work for you to make this district stronger. Loa, last night in the work session, you referred to our efforts as a Hail Mary and questioned where were they last year. I'm so happy you asked because I'm going to tell you where we were. Our principal was meeting with the superintendent to talk about the very idea we're discussing now. And where were the parents? We were leading a march. We were writing letters to the editor. We were organizing press conferences that garnered statewide coverage. Dunleavy's office called me after because they were so annoyed, to be quite frank. We were testifying before the borough, the Senate, and the House, and at one point, I went as far as to hop on a plane to fly to Juneau to advocate for this entire district, for this town, because I love it, not for Pearl Creek. And I'm going to share something really personal because I think it's important right now because I am sick of the stereotype I am getting. I'm not a high-income Pearl Creek parent. I had to ask people to buy that ticket for me because I couldn't afford it. Pearl Creek parents are not an enemy. We're some of your most fierce and loyal advocates. And because of the leadership role I've taken with Pearl Creek advocacy, I have dialogued with more Pearl Creek parents than anyone in this room, and I'm going to share with you what I've heard over and over again. It is that their first choice, unequivocally, is to keep Pearl Creek open as a neighborhood school, to use it as a magnet or a hybrid or a focus, whatever you want to call it. We want to make it more accessible and more available, not less. And because of this role I've played in the conversations I had, I have to be honest with you guys. There's also a lot of conversations that go to what will happen if they close us. And a lot of Pearl Creek families want to start a charter. And that's the reason I'm here begging you to truly consider working with us. because I want Pearl Creek to stay under your control. We need to ensure that this school board maintains the reins on Pearl Creek and uses it to benefit our entire district. Because the hard truth is, if public schools do not innovate with hybrid models, charter and private schools will certainly fill that void. And that will only add to our enrollment issues and increase the inequity that is happening in our schools. There's one thing we seem to all agree on right now, and that's that innovation is necessary, and expanding STEAM to our schools is a positive step. All of us know that there is additional funding for STEAM schools and for schools of choice. And if this is true, and this is a direction that the district needs to go, then I ask you, where do we start? Do we postpone progress even further, kick the can down the road, maintain status quo, or are you going to choose to work with us? Please, please harness this energy, this effort that we invested. There's hours. We've done so much. We're ready to start. It's here and now, and I just am urging you. Keep Pearl Creek open. Let us be a part of the solution.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, I know everybody loves the testimony, and we do as well, but I'd really like to get through as much as we can in this hour and get people on here to testify that haven't signed up. If we could continue with Heidi Rader, and then we'll have Solomon Pomerantz. Is Heidi on Zoom?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Miss Rader. If you can state your name, spell your last, you'll have 3 minutes.
Heidi Rader, R-A-D-E-R. Thank you all for your tireless work and your sacrifices to serve on this board, and thank you, Christina, for your testimony. I ask myself, why am I raising kids in Fairbanks, Alaska, when it would be so much easier to live in another place? Lower heating bills, better, more diverse access to services, walkability, no snow to shovel, just easier. I love this place where I'm surrounded by wilderness and can take my kids skiing or biking in pretty wild terrain out the back door and at Pearl Creek. They can go to school and ice skate one day, run on the trails another day, cross-country ski another day, or learn in the garden another day, or engage as citizen scientists in the forest, or at a pond with Eric. This is not just something I care about for my own kids. For work, for almost 20 years, I've traveled in small airplanes to dozens of villages in rural Alaska, skiing with kids, sharing gardening skills with kids and communities, as well as a variety of other hands-on activities. This has involved a lot of logistical challenges, lugging huge ski bags with a range of sizes, bags of dirt, or even worms for composting. So I do believe this is important for students at Pearl Creek, students in Fairbanks, and students in Alaska. Back to Fairbanks, though. According to a survey of parents with students at Pearl Creek or interested in sending their kids to Pearl Creek, 87% of 356 respondents said outdoor learning and time outside was a priority. There are more than 400 students on the wait list for Watershed School, where outdoors and environmental education are the primary focus. If you live in Fairbanks, there's a good chance you do so because of the outdoor opportunities, because of the wilderness. We want to get our kids outside. I don't want to work hard every evening and weekend to keep my kids off screens and do meaningful activities only to send them to school where they sit on screens indoors. Budget cuts, bigger class sizes, and closures of schools with trails, ice rinks, gardens, and forests mean more time indoors, more time on screens, less time doing hands-on activities. Why is this important? A place-based education contributes to higher learning outcomes. It sticks better when kids can tie learning in with where they live. It deepens engagement. Kids can learn valuable problem-solving skills in an outdoor environment. It's more important than ever to engage kids, and it's harder because of the fierce competition for attention from highly addictive apps, social media, and video games. Parents in Fairbanks want this. We need to cut the budget, but cutting out a thriving neighborhood school that is wanted, needed, and is working is short-sighted. How do you rebuild a school with a long history and a thriving community once it's lost? Pearl Creek is uniquely positioned to start the process of innovating across the district by being a test bed and demonstration.
Thank you, Ms. Rader, for your
of the
testimony.
innovation. Thank you.
So I just realized before we call Mr. Pomerantz up here that I forgot to ask if there were any students in our audience that would like to testify. I would like to bring any students up first. Yep, just come on up. If you can state your name, spell your last,
Yes,
and you'll
ma'am.
have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Capri Tisland, Tisland.
If you can speak into the microphone too.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I am a 7th grader going to Barnett. Me and so many others have grown up at this school and grown onto the school. Although there have been many budget struggles, we're still proud to be part of the school. I would like to state that you will not find as much compassion and courage in a school like Barnett. So many kids have been to the school since they were 5, and look how much they've grown academically and mentally. And I don't know about you, but that seems like a lot to take away from few hundred kids. Placing the kids who have been here since kindergarten, who are now in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, in a totally unfamiliar place, loading on the pressure and anxiety of having to make new friends, get used to the new environment, new kids, new teachers is a lot to load on to even more preteens. Can you imagine how this would affect so many kids' mental health? Having to leave behind a home that everyone built together, having to leave behind their friends, the school that they've grown to love. And I would just like to ask, what about Hunter Elementary? Those kids have built their own home just like Barnett has, and now they might have to just forget all about all of it. One of my friends had to leave his school when it shut down, Joy Elementary, and this is only his 2nd year here. And there are many other kids who have only gotten to spend a year or 2 here. Do you really think it would be a smart decision to move those kids to another school right after settling into a new one? You might think they would make new friends and be comfortable in a new school, but if this concerns the 6th, 7th, and 6th graders, you will only be putting more kids into the same situation many of my friends had to go through, seeing as the 6th graders will only have 2 years to settle and the 7th graders only 1. Also, seeing as high school is very near in the future for all of these kids. Not to mention the parents who have worked so hard to get their kids into this amazing school. And I want you to know that if you move forward with this decision of turning Barnett into a K-5 school, would be stripping so many kids and preteens of having a safe place to learn, to be themselves, to meet other like them. Why would anyone want to get rid of that opportunity? And lastly, I have a question. Don't you think kids should be able to graduate at the school they're comfortable with, along with the friends and people they're comfortable with? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Good evening, buddy. If you can state your name, spell your last.
Jackson, Redmond.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jackson Redmond, and I'm a student at Pearl Creek Elementary. I understand you're making the decision to close down Pearl Creek and 4 other great elementary schools. As you can imagine, these schools As you can imagine, it's not just hard on the students or the teachers, it's hard on everyone in the community. These schools hold a special place in our community and in our hearts. Even if we have budgeting issues, there will still be a significant deficit. So this problem we are trying to solve will partly go away, but not entirely. Another thing to look at is the bus rides will be longer for a lot of children, including my brother. I understand you're going to vote to close down schools after testimony, but please, I'm begging you, don't close down our schools. They hold a special place, a special part in our community. There's still going to be a deficit. This will be hard on our community members and school board members. Please don't close down schools. They hold a special place in our community and represent more than numbers in a budget and are worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have Denali Gibson? Hello, Miss Denali. If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Denali Gibson, Gibson. I'm here to talk about why I don't think changing Barnett is a good idea. First, Barnett is already a really great school. The teachers are kind, and the school feels safe and fun. A lot of the kids here enjoy coming to school every day. Taking away the middle school would change the vibe at Barnett. I dream of becoming a middle schooler at Barnett, getting my own locker. I would also love to be a kindergartner aide when I am in middle school. Second, Secondly, Barnett Middle School helps everyone at Barnett, not just the middle school kids, the younger kids in K through 5 get to see the older kids. The middle school kids also get to help out, like reading to the younger kids or helping with projects. If we take middle school out of Barnett, the younger kids wouldn't have that chance to look up to the bigger kids or see how fun middle school is going to be. Also, I heard last night someone said a reverse lottery. What? Does this mean I could get kicked out of Barnett and my two brothers get to stay? How would a reverse lottery work? Would you draw names? Is it based on behavior, grades, or what? Sending a Barnett student back to their neighborhood school doesn't make sense. I have never attended my neighborhood school. Thank you for listening, and I encourage you to think about the kids at Barnett.
Thank you, Ms. Denali. We have any more students that would like to come testify? Please come forward. Hey there, if you could state your name and spell your last name, and then you'll have 3 minutes, okay?
Hi, my name is Soren Sandquist, Sandquist. I think we should keep Pearl Creek open because, well, first of all, my mom has been there her whole life, and she works there now too. And I want to continue doing that too. It's really fun to go to Pearl Creek because we get to go outside and gym like ice skate or ski or snowshoe. It is really fun to do. And I really don't want you guys to close down Pearl Creek because it is a great school.
Thank you for your testimony. I saw a hand back there. Did we have another student in the back that would, yep, come on forward. If you can state your name and spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
I'm Sydney Seavey, Seavey, and I live in Fairbanks. I'm an 8th grader at Barnett Magnet School, and I would like to start off by saying that everyone here has the best intentions, and I appreciate that. However, as a Barnett student and a Fairbanks community member, I don't think that closing Hunter and turning Barnett into a K-5 school is a viable option. The ultimate purpose of all of these meetings is to make this district the best place it can possibly be for everyone in it. Barnett Magnet and Hunter Elementary are two of the places that have the biggest positive impact on this community, and so taking them away directly goes against this directive. Many of the students at Hunter are economically disadvantaged, so closing Hunter would force these students to go to a faraway school that doesn't currently have the resources they need. I know the building has had some problems, but Hunter is not just a building, but also the very embodiment of the support we wish to ensure everyone has access to. We are trying to make this district more supportive, not less so. Next, I'd like to address Barnett. The goal is to try and bring more money to this district, and the main way to do that is to increase enrollment. Barnett is a magnet school for a reason. We have been attracting students for ages, and I know this from firsthand experience. I used to go to a small school that wasn't able to offer advanced classes. I struggled and I was constantly bored in class. After switching to homeschool during COVID, my parents looked into moving to Fairbanks. They'd thought about it for a while, but couldn't find a way to make it work, until they found out that I had been accepted into Barnett. Within minutes of walking through the doors, I was part of an amazing community. All of the teachers were so nice and helpful, and I was able to take the classes I needed. In 6th grade, I took Algebra 1, and I loved everything about it. The next year in 7th grade, I had Mr. Johnson as my English teacher, and his class was the first English class where I actually learned something I didn't already know. I was also able to take a geometry class at Lathrop. There are no other schools in the district that currently offer this because they don't have the bridge that connects the two schools. I'm now taking Algebra 2 in 8th grade, and there are several other Barnett students walking the bridge to take classes at Lathrop as well. I was also able to tutor several younger students in math, and I was overjoyed to help others learn to love math like I now do. I also have a little sister who is taking Algebra 1 in 6th grade, just like I did. If we are changed to a K through 5 school, all of these programs, including this advanced math option, will be gone, leaving her and several others without the classes they deserve. If Hunter is closed and Barnett is changed, all of these unique traits that make our district great will be gone. We as a community will not gain. We will lose. We will lose all of this support, all these opportunities, and everything that makes Hunter, Barnett, and this district unique. We need more students, and I am proof that magnet schools like Barnett are the answer. I know that this is a tough decision, but when you cast your votes today, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any more students in the audience who have signed up and haven't gotten to testify? If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Reagan, S-T-A-R-K. When you think of Barnett, what are the qualities that come to mind? Is it the exploration aspect, diversity in ages, the connection between us, or even extracurricular activities? These things that come to mind are the heart of Barnett. A lot of these things happen because of the middle school program. What happens when you take away the middle school program, you may ask? It becomes just like every other school. People are looking for these qualities. It's what makes the enrollment rate at Barnett so high. Hello, and good evening. Today I'll be talking about how Barnett Magnet School succeeds as a magnet school and a K-8 school. If you haven't noticed, Barnett is one of the highest scoring middle schools throughout our district. If you send us to another school, we are not going to get the advanced education we get at Barnett. One of my favorite parts of the day are hanging out with kindergartners as a TA, helping them read and help them get the correct interaction with older kids. I've been told several times it's also the kindergartner's favorite part of the day. And without that interaction, who's going to mentor the younger students? There are multiple kids like me who have grown up here. We've made our own family outside of home, and now the concern is being split up into different middle schools for our 8th grade year. With the potential, we'll have to start at a new school for our last middle school year. We won't know how to step into a new school after being welcomed so greatly into Barnett. If you haven't noticed, Barnett lottery enrollment has been very packed since as long as I can remember. And that's because Barnett is doing the right things. Everyone stays at Barnett because of the curriculum and the extracurricular activities it provides for younger kids and older kids. It goes from debate to robotics to music, or even after-school reading help for little kids. And if you take away middle school and throw us into another school, we won't have all of those experiences because these programs have been cut from most schools already. Our school motto is Blazers choose respect, responsibility, and kindness. And that is to make us into the people we are today. And it has worked perfectly fine. And what you're doing breaks almost all of those. Think about the respect you should give to this school because Barnett has so much history in the middle school, and now you're wanting to erase all this history. Now let's think about responsibility. If you were responsible, you wouldn't spend all the district's money and struggle to receive it back. And now, finally, for kindness. Think about all these kids who are going to have to find a new school and get comfortable with new people all over again. That honestly does not seem very thoughtful. Please consider what I have said today and understand. Do you want to split apart our middle school family we have built so long and hard for before our anticipated high school departure? No, I didn't think so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any other students that were signed up that have not come forward to speak yet? Come on forward. If you can state your name and spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Bloom, B-L-O-O-M. Let's imagine this. A huge fire roars through our quaint town, leaving hundreds of people with nowhere to go. And as a community, we need a solution. Do we throw people into the fire and hope they figure it out? Do we hope they succeed while they are actively being burned? Or do we rebuild what has been broken? Do people find comfort in the chaos? Or do they find it in the homes they know and love? Hello, board members and Fairbanks community. I'm currently an 8th grader attending Barnett Magnet School. And despite leaving my home of 9 years next year and heading to high school, I believe that Barnett and Hunter deserve to stand. Not because we believe we are better, but because of the community and excellence that is shown within both these communities. Throughout my time here, me and my peers have been experiencing many challenges and changes that have not only disrupted our learning, but our comfort in our school. We've lost teachers, funding, and even important classes, and still we've persevered. Each student at my school has lost something that has contributed to their education. We've lost and lost and lost. And why? Why has our school been being cut? Why are we perceived as rich and privileged when some 35 students are piled into small classrooms? We continue to lose. You choose to cut teachers, programs, and budgets, making our education change drastically. But now you're forcing more students to abandon their homes, to abandon these communities that have flourished for years. These Hunter kids deserve to continue the safe community they built. They have friends, they have a family, and they're home. And so is Barnett. Barnett isn't a number. It isn't 135 students. It's the highest placing debate team in all of Fairbanks. It's the Science Olympiad team that went to a multinational competition. It's the successful robotics team that's been going to state multiple years in a row. It's a group of girls coming together and finding peace in Girl Talk. It's a community. Both Barnett and Hunter have succeeded exponentially, shaping the lives of hundreds, no thousands of students over many years. So I implore you, think of this not as a number game, but as a real human issue that will affect hundreds of children in our community. Think about the hundreds of children who will be ripped from their homes. Think about the special ed kids whose programs may disappear. And think about all the students that are going to lose. This disruption in the district is the last thing we need. We shouldn't be destroying the things that work so well. We should celebrate and uplift them. These students love Barnett. These families love Barnett. And this community loves Barnett. When you love something, you don't scorn it. You don't paint it as the bad guy. You don't take more away. You fight for it. You take care of it. You support it and strive to achieve what we have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any other students left that have signed up and not testified? Come on forward. State your name, spell your last.
Cerelia Vick, V-I-C-K.
And you have 3 minutes.
I'm currently an 8th grader at Barnett. It is my last year and also my 9th year at this amazing school. I've gone to Barnett since kindergarten. As I grew up and evolved in the school, I also saw this school grow and evolve. I was there when they caught the Spanish program and we lost FIFs Friday in Fairbanks. When COVID happened, and despite the struggles that both students and staff faced during that time, they made sure that the students were supported and cared for. I was there last year when we lost multiple jobs at Barnett. And throughout that, Barnett has persevered and came out for the most part. However, this little change would strip away the values that Barnett upholds. Barnett needs to be a blueprint for a model for future schools, not a fairy tale of a school that used to exist. I can be an extremely shy kid, and I honestly kind of hate public speaking. However, through Barnett, I have learned that I can do it. I joined the debate team. I now love debate. In fact, debate is the reason why I have the confidence to speak up to you today. Thanks to my amazing debate coach. I also joined robotics and I learned how to problem solve and deal under pressure. Science Olympiad taught me vital study skills and showed me new topics I never would have explored. Battle of Books has allowed me to be exposed to new books I never would have dreamed of reading. All of these things were brought to me by Barnett and the amazing faculty. Closing down the entire middle school section of Barnett is just because you want to close Hunter, a school that is able to provide for its students with proper care and resources for some of its delicate situations, a school that is also a family and a community. If Hunter kids miss the bus to Barnett, it is crazy of you to think that they could walk over airport. Walking over airport is dangerous and terrifying, even for a 13-year-old like myself who has been doing it her whole life. Your Barnett and Hunter solution is just a solution of how to put more children into dangerous situations. This change won't affect me at all. I'm going to high school next year. I have no younger siblings who this will impact, so why do I care? I care because Barnett has been my home for the past 9 years. I care because I have created a family and community with not only all the other 8th graders, with every other kid at Barnett. I care because of all the opportunities that I've been given, and I want that for all the future students of Barnett. Every time my first grade reading buddy runs up to me and hugs me in the hall, I want the opportunities and experiences that Barnett has handed to me handed down to her. And most of all, I care because of the unfairness of it all, not only to Barnett students, but also Hunter students. The fact that innocent students must suffer from mistakes that they had nothing to do with. That they must suffer from the economic crisis we are in when they had nothing to do with that is crazy. I understand what a difficult position y'all are in. You likely feel as though you're being pulled in a million different directions. However, I would like to point out that you're looking at this logistically, politically, and economically. And I understand it is important, but now I need you to look at this logically, ethically, and empathically. Think of the students at Barnett as not numbers and statistics, but as a family, a tightly woven community, a community that needs each other, one that builds each other up and cares for one another. Changing Barnett to K-5 would destroy this community. Last Tuesday, watching and listening to all the testimonies made by caring teachers, concerned principals, tearful parents, and brave students.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any more students who had signed up in previous that would like to come speak? Seeing none, we will continue on back with our grown-ups and Mr. Solomon Pomerantz. Thank you, Mr. Pomerantz, for your patience. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Solomon Pomerantz, Pomerantz. I live in Goldstream. I'm asking you tonight to keep Pearl Creek open, not necessarily as a magnet, but as you as a board see fit. If you choose a magnet model or otherwise, the choice is with you as a board, and I'm asking that you make a positive change for this community. Moments of crisis present opportunities. Last week, the White House released an executive order expanding educational freedom and opportunity for families. This order will broadly direct federal funding to schools of choice through states' use of Department of Education federal formula funds, priority and federal discretionary grant programs, states' use of HHS Child Care and Development Block Grant funds, and DoD making funds available for military families to go to schools of choice. This is momentous and presents a fundamental change in how federal funds in education are allocated. Governor Dunleavy has long held similar views on schools of choice, and indeed has predicated many of his executive decisions on educational funding on his belief that schools of choice should be expanded in the state of Alaska. There are political winds blowing in the direction of schools of choice. Regardless of what you think about this political moment, this is an opportunity for Fairbanks. Our proposal is both reasonable and ambitious. Pearl Creek as a STEAM magnet school would have additional opportunities to seek federal grant funding, spelled out in this executive order. Closing Pearl Creek risks appearing that the board is not responsive to its constituents or to the notion of expanding schools of choice. The momentum for this magnet school is from the ground up. This community is fired up about this idea. You have before you a community of engaged parents who are committed to saving this school. I have a PhD and 6 years of experience working with a federal grant-making agency, and I am more than happy to volunteer my time to raise funds for this effort. Katie Spellman, who couldn't testify tonight, mentioned me earlier that she's pulled in over $36 million in grant funding in the last 7 years. And I know there are many other parents and community members who are ready and willing to do the same. This is an opportunity to bring the governor on board with Fairbanks Education, an opportunity to bring more funding and attention to the innovative and forward-facing perspective that this school district has. Pearl Creek is a special place, but you all already know that. We want to see all 520 seats in Pearl Creek full so that other students from across Fairbanks can share this educational experience. We ask you tonight to keep Pearl Creek open so that you can direct the future of this school and this district. We brought this idea to you. Now give this community the chance to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we will have Jennifer Redmond. And after Jennifer Redmond, we will have Angela Frizzoloni. Good evening, Ms. Redmond. If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Jennifer Redmond, Redmond. Hello, board members. Thank you for your time today, especially during such a challenging period. I stand before you as a parent, advocate, and member of this community. We've heard from this community that we are ready to adapt, and it's clear that we've put the work in to make this vision a reality. Our Pearl Creek community has worked tirelessly to develop a plan for STEAM-focused school that is both equitable and financially viable. In looking at the equitability priority, elements that could help ensure equitability could be a tier-based lottery in which we would prioritize students from out-of-district and specific socioeconomic backgrounds. Another topic is transportation. We could ensure that transportation for buses or stipends are available through grants or business partnerships. This is a conversation that would need to be mindful to address all equitable needs. The financial viability. First, cutting isn't going to solve the budget problem. It's clear the priorities of the governor and the executive branch of government is steering funds towards choice, and whether we like it or not, that's the reality. Being designated as a STEAM-focused or magnet would allow us to demonstrate further viability in these changing times, and we have compiled potential grants that would provide $9 million in fiscal year 26 and $41 million over the next 5 years. which would cover things like transportation, teachers, enrichment programs, and more. The goal would be to bring in revenue through these variety of sources and would not only cover Pearl Creek STEAM, but district-wide needs. In addition, Pearl Creek STEAM would serve as a launchpad or a hub for other schools to grow enrollment, secure new funding, and foster grassroots community partnerships. By investing in this vision, we're not just enhancing Pearl Creek, we're building a sustainable, equitable model for the entire district. Let us show you the potential of a focused, collaborative, and equitable approach to education. Together, we can highlight the strengths of this community, address the district needs, and create a long-term vision for success. Pearl Creek can be the hub, the launchpad for this district's future. We're tenacious, and we're willing to fight for our students, our teachers, and the Fairbanks community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we'll have Angela Frizzoloni. Sorry if I got the name wrong.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could state your name, spell your last.
Fantastic. Good evening. My name is Angela Frizzoloni, Fricilone. I live in Sisters, Oregon, where I work as a school psychologist in our local public schools. I grew up in Fairbanks and attended Pearl Creek Elementary in the mid to late 90s. As news of the proposed closure of Pearl Creek circulated, Puffin alumni from across the nation followed the developments closely regarding our beloved school. I understand that the board has heard extensive testimony, and I won't reiterate the well-researched proposals presented by the dedicated coalition of Pearl Creek supporters. Instead, I am here to share, without hyperbole, the story of how Pearl Creek saved my life. I grew up in poverty, the kind of poverty where back-to-school shopping meant a visit to the old secondhand store across from the Foodland building on $5 Brown Bag Tuesday. We rolled sweatshirts, jeans, and turtlenecks into tiny balls so that a season's worth of clothes for 5 children could fit in a single brown bag. However, it wasn't even our economic status that made our lives unimaginably difficult as 5 young children. Instead, it was the daily and sustained physical and psychological abuse we endured at the hands of my father. Therefore, when I arrived at Pearl Creek Elementary as a scrawny 7-year-old girl, it wasn't the phonics instruction or the math facts fluency practice that altered the course of my entire life. It was the feeling that, for the first time in my life, I was safe in a durable, institutionalized, nearly untouchable way. The annual Pearl Creek Ice Cream Social was the much-beloved event that marked the beginning of my season of safety, joy, and hope. Looking back, I chuckle that we were never able to afford the ice cream. I have heard, by the way, that ice cream is now offered to all free of charge. But back then, I would gather with friends around the school while others enjoyed their treats, still feeling like the luckiest girl alive because I was back in the happiest place on earth. When my mom started working at Pearl Creek as a recess duty, I would leave class just before lunch to meet my mom at the double doors to pick up my 1-year-old brother, Joey. While my mom finished her recess duty, Joey would play with my classmates and I in my cozy 6th grade classroom. After recess, Joey would go back to my mom for his afternoon nurse, while she provided reading intervention to younger students. It all felt so ordinary because Pearl Creek was my home, a place filled with family, friends, and nurturing love. When I reflect on Pearl Creek, the most influential institution of both my childhood and my entire life, I do not reminisce about its academic excellence. In fact, Pearl Creek's test scores are the least interesting feature of this school. In closing, I urge each of you to recognize and wield your immense power to shape the lives of children like me who grew up in poverty with exposure to daily domestic violence and unimaginable tragedy. All the risk factors of my childhood mitigated due to my mother's love and the innumerable sources of strength I found at Pearl Creek Elementary School. At your discretion, you could keep these doors open not only to neighborhood families, but through the discerning guidance of this board, the district could open the doors wider to embrace more children like me, who could be provided with an opportunity
Thank
to
you
not
for
just
your
survive.
testimony, Ms. Frizzoloni.
Thank you.
Up next, we will have Catherine Baird, and then we'll have Jane Bedford. Good evening, Ms. Baird. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Catherine Baird, B-A-I-R-D. You've heard a lot about Hunter. You've heard from some of our parents, maybe not as many as from some other schools. I'd like to point out that being able to testify here is a privilege. It means that you have a job that allows you to be free in the evening. It means you have transportation available to get you here and back. It means that you can both find and afford childcare. And you know what number to call and when to call to get on the schedule. Many of our families are unable to be here, but I am, and there are a few things I'd like to point out on behalf of our Hunter students. In the slide presentations, the administration has provided some data that's incomplete. Omissions happen, but I'd like to add some of the missing information for the board's consideration. One such omission is on slide 53 of the slide deck presented at the work session on January 27th, which I've copied for the board's convenience. The slide lists supports currently in place for Hunter and shows what supports students would have at their new schools. Hunter has 4 supports listed, but in fact, we have 6. We have a full-time Johnson O'Malley tutor that's not on that list. Hunter also has a licensed mental health clinician who sees students through the AK Rises grant in Alaska Behavioral Health. This gives our students who need clinical support the opportunity to receive it at school at no cost to their families. 33 of our students are currently receiving those services. That's 10% of our student body. 33 children who will no longer receive essential mental health service under the administration's proposal. Hunter students currently have AK Rises, a Johnson O'Malley tutor, an Alaska Native Education tutor, Title I, an after-school program, and a DODEA grant. A&E is 1 staff person at a school. Johnson O'Malley is 1 staff person at a school. And there are Johnson O'Malley tutors and A&E people available at some of the schools that are proposed to move Hunter to, not all of them. But those people are not going to get more hours in the day to give services to the Hunter kids coming in. Additionally, the U-Park JOM position has been empty for several years, so to list that as an active support is somewhat misleading. Title I funding is allocated at the discretion of a school's Title I team, and the team decides how to allocate that. For example, you could have 3 tutors for the cost of 1 assistant principal. So even if our Hunter kids end up at a Title I school, there's no guarantee what sort of tutor services will be available to them. At Hunter, we have 7 tutors, an instructional coach, and a behavior support technician paid for with Title I funds. We have a full-time A&E tutor, a full-time JOM tutor, the longest-running ASP program in the district, the DODEA grant, and the licensed mental health clinician who sees 10% of our student body. No other school comes close to providing this level of wraparound service, and if you close Hunter, no school will.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Baird. Up next, we have Ms. Bedford. Hey, Ms. Bedford, if you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Jane Bedford, B-E-D-F-O-R-D. It has been a long month. I do appreciate all the work the board and the district administration has done. I know you've been listening, and I truly respect how you've dug in, asked questions, and sought answers. Tonight, I'm conflicted. As I've said, we have great schools, great students, and great staff. The closing of any of them seems unfathomable. Wow. Sorry. My conflict comes as the leader of Hunter and the need to advocate for Hunter students, while not coming across as diminishing any other school or the work of those schools or seeming like a non-team player. I want to advocate for all of our schools. But as I look around, I notice again the absent voice in the room, and that is the one that I must speak for. I want to share a story that reminds me of what we do every day at Hunter and what our students do every day. Unfortunately, I've attended several funerals over the years of former students. One in particular about 17 years ago of a former student who was a statistic, someone who had taken their own life. In attendance at that service were several former 15 and 16-year-old students, families, coworkers, Mr. Kardash, one of my coworkers, and myself. At the memorial, the students were gathering. After the memorial, they were gathering at the home of another family, and they invited us to attend. What we saw walking into that home speaks volumes to the connections and the support our students provide each other every day. There were 10 to 15 former students sitting around watching their 6th grade recognition video. Kids playing on the playground, the excitement, and through those tears, they were laughing and they were talking about a former classmate and a friend. They helped us all in that moment grieve and move forward, helping us work through that. And that's just one of the many stories that I could share. Stories like this remind me every day the reason that we serve our students in this district. I have some notes that are sitting on my desk that have been given to me, and they are those simple reminders. One simply says, smile. Another is a picture of a squirrel with their hands up saying, don't panic. But the most important one, even on your worst day, you are still one child's best hope. I do believe that for many of our students and our families, Hunter stands as that best hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bedford. Up next, we'll have Jessica Pena. Good evening, Ms. Pena. If you could state your name, spell your last, you'll have 3 minutes.
Jessica Pena, last name Pena, live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I was a student in our schools, and once upon a time, I was a low-income single mother living in a dry cabin of Pearl Creek students. So as a parent and employer, something I say often while navigating ambiguity and complexity in high emotion situations is many things can be true at once. It's a way to zoom out when it's hard to see the forest through the trees while holding numerous variables, perspectives, and more in balance. I'm going to throw out some statements tonight. All of them are true at once. No buts, just ands, and a few questions too. So as requested, the administration provided a thorough data-laden proposal, which was commendable. And your community has said, please, let's innovate and come together to create some solutions. You as a board have done a lot of listening, researching, deliberating. It's been excruciating. It may feel tempting to pull the plug and get on with the next steps for whatever path you're setting us on. And in honoring the magnitude of this choice at the crossroads of stifling or innovating possibilities for our community, tonight might be a little too soon to vote. Tonight, you decide which conversations close and which ones stay open. And on Thursday, there are both assembly meetings and a hearing for HB 69. You have an energized community here poised to advocate for what our students deserve. And that energy may be extinguished if some conversations are closed tonight prematurely. A few resounding messages from all these testimonies and board conversations have been recurring. The need for innovation, changing the narrative around education, and the ability for our communities to choose what is right for them. And when I say choose and choice, I'm using a lowercase c, mind you. So tonight, that phrase, will of the board, is really heavy. So I'm going to cut the word of out of it and ask you some questions. Will the board consider being innovative tonight and change the narrative for this community? Instead of making top-down determinations that are happening to communities, will you spend a little more time co-creating with the community, for the community? Will you take a little more time to gather more information around potential unintended consequences like absenteeism and dropout rates resulting from consecutive closures and transitions? It's hard to commit to something when you have little trust that the system is committed to you. Will you lean into your authority to lead in innovation and guide us away from no more options and no more cuts to be had, to being able to say that our community modeled innovation, adaptation, and choice? And finally, will you harness this collective energy of the community coalition that has shown up as part of these conversations and help us be part of like facilitated dialogues to build solutions together.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Jesse Hensel. Good evening, Mr. Hensel. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Jesse Hensel, Hensel. I looked back through my emails and saw that community partnerships and STEAM have been discussed at staff meetings at Pearl Creek since at least 2015. It is disappointing that over the intervening years, these ideas did not travel up through the standard innovative administrative channels. My testimony and community outreach have focused on my classroom, and I do not like feeling that I have to circumvent district hierarchy so that the school board can hear ideas that our staff has been working on and partnerships that we have been fostering, working to maintain and expand for years. An administrator stated at one of last week's meetings that we knew the next round of cuts would happen at the elementary level when we moved 6th grade to middle school. If that information had been a visible component of the plan, I would have supported closing all middle schools and incorporating those grades into elementary schools rather than closing almost half of our neighborhood elementary schools. Recent testimony has really highlighted how positive a K-8 program can be, such as the one at Barnett. Consolidation could have supported more vibrant learning communities across this district. The school district has proposed turning buildings over to the borough in a multi-year plan. Instead of closing all 5 schools immediately, can we close schools on that timetable? We can support schools and allow them to design and implement creative solutions that attract more out-of-district students to neighborhood schools. With additional time, students, and funds, we may still keep some of those schools open. I want Pearl Creek to remain a neighborhood school, and I want schools to have more freedom to innovate and attract students.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we'll have Audra Hull. Good evening, Ms. Hull. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Audra Hull, Hull. First, I want to thank you all. You've done a lot of hard work over the last little bit, and I know that you've spent a lot of time, as we all have spent a lot of time in these meetings and meeting out separately, and I appreciate all of the work that you have done. I once saw a video that had a bunch of 20-year-olds gathered to run a race. The winner of the race would get a $100 bill. Everyone stood on the start line, but before the announcer said go, he said, if you identify with one of the following, take 2 steps forward for each one. Both parents are still married. You grew up with a father figure in your home. You had access to private education. You had access to free tutor. You never had to worry about your phone being shut off. Never had to help your mom and dad with the bills. You didn't have to pay for college. You never wondered where your next meal was coming from. After that, the announcer first pointed out that what he had said had nothing to do with the choices of these racers. Yet, where they landed was vastly different. At Hunter, there's little space between racers. In fact, we have watched these students race hand in hand, being able to encourage and strengthen each other as they face similar challenges. Hunter is working. Our reading scores improved 16.4% last year. We have trauma-informed staff that have received special training. They are uniquely capable to help those students that need it. The housing market is changing in favor of Hunter. Despite what the study says about the 0 to 4 population, our school is the only neighborhood elementary school in the district to have gotten back to our average student enrollment since COVID. And Hunter has done this twice. I agree that there does need to be consolidation. I vehemently disagree that it should be Hunter. If you close Hunter, that would be another obstacle, another transition that these kids will have to face. Many of these children already have multiple struggles and transitions. At another school, the disparities will be noticeable. If you close Hunter and add these kids to another school, not only will we be having them reset to the starting line, but we are asking them to take 2 steps back. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hull. Up next, we will have Samantha Vonham. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. If you can state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Samantha Vonami, Vonnahme. The word symbiotic is a term that could easily describe the teachers and students in our public schools. The benefits each provides the other give a sense of purpose and meaning. Together, we can thrive in a way we do not without the other. I have found this as a teacher at Hunter. If you come and peek in my class for a few minutes, this might be hard to see. But as every respected scientist knows, seeing the relationship requires time and observation. Our administrators seem to have forgotten this. You have heard one testimony after another highlighting the devastating effect closure would have on our vulnerable populations, and I will offer my agreements in kind. We need to deepen our existing community rather than submitting them to displacement. And what about the educators? Here are the names and years of service several staff have given to just our school. Jane Bedford, 29 years, not to mention the 1 year of student teaching and 2 years of subbing, all at Hunter. Nancy Teeter, 16 years. Russ Brovold, 22 years. Ina Welch, 23 years. Cindy Brovold, 16 years. Paul Huff has even returned post-retirement as a long-term sub after teaching there for 28 years. Billy Smith and Crystal Rissy both retired last year with over 20 years each. 13 other staff, myself included, have been there over 5 years. These years should mean something, and they should mean something especially in a state where teacher retention is a leading issue. These are excellent teachers, a trait not unique at our school. My students alone get to hatch chicks and butterflies, grow seedlings, do weekly STEM challenges, create and carry out community projects, feed earthworms, write and act in their own plays, and create a classroom market with small business ideas. I want to remain at this district as a teacher. I love my job. Something needs to be done, however, to communicate that this district actually values teachers, and I'm not talking by monetary means. In the meantime, I find it difficult to muster the desire to stay. Perhaps you could begin by considering the way in which news like school consolidation is shared. Don't call it school consolidation, it's school closure. Calling it something different doesn't change what it is. Please don't tell us providing a better education for students is why schools must close. You have to close the schools because you can't afford to keep them open. At a work session last month, Dr. Meinert said, "This really is a call for advocacy for the community to talk to the legislators." Am I to understand that losing my school is merely a call for advocacy? Please don't make Hunter a tragic anecdote in the drive to save or acquire our needed funds. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So we're getting to the 1 hour time limit, and so we will take our final 2 testimonies. We will call Jacqueline Mulbauer up, and then as promised, we will circle back to Danette Peterson. Good evening, Ms. Mulbauer. If you could please state your first name, spell your last. You have 3 minutes.
Jacqueline Muehlbauer, M-U-E-H-L-B as in boy, A-U-E-R. Closing Pearl Creek or any West Fairbanks school is the wrong decision based on the data and the district's own stated priorities. The school consolidation framework, when we look at Pearl Creek through this framework, the decision to close it is inconsistent and unjustified. The highest concentration of 0 to 4-year-olds in the district is in West Fairbanks, yet schools in this area are the ones being considered for closure. The district's own plan states that the young child population is key for long-term sustainability, yet this closure plan contradicts that by targeting an area with strong future enrollment. Pearl Creek has the highest number of students affected by this closure plan, more than any other school on the list. Pearl Creek also has the highest percentage occupied capacity of all the schools in the plan. If closures are meant to address under-enrollment, then why is the school with the most students and highest utilization being shut down? Enrollment at Pearl Creek has not declined, yet it is being treated as if it has. A shrinking student population is one of the main justifications for closing schools, but this simply does not apply to Pearl Creek. With more students impacted than any other school on the closure list, the neighborhood impact is greater here than anywhere else. A closure would displace more families, increase transportation burdens, and create overcrowding in nearby schools. This framework was supposed to guide the district in making logical and data-driven decisions, but when applied to Pearl Creek, it does not support closure. In fact, it strongly supports keeping Pearl Creek open. Yes, there's a budget deficit, but if we only focus on cutting, we will never stop closing schools. We need to talk about revenue and enrollment growth, not just budget reductions. If we do not prioritize attracting and retaining students in our public schools, then these hard decisions and conversations are for nothing, because we will be back here next year and the year after that in a death spiral of school closures. We need real solutions, not just short-term cuts. Pearl Creek should be part of that solution. Last night I was here, there was a lot of talk about innovation, about needing new ideas, thinking outside the box. But it is irresponsible to keep waiting for innovation to happen while we make irreversible decisions today. Closing Pearl Creek is not innovation. Using it to create a STEAM magnet school is. Rather than dismantling a strong and growing school community, we should be building a new forward-thinking model that strengthens the district and attracts more families. Pearl Creek is perfectly positioned for this shift. Its strong academics, outdoor learning spaces, and engaged community make it an ideal place for a district-wide focused school that draws in students and boosts enrollment. A vote to keep Pearl Creek open is not just a vote for this school, it's a vote for stability, innovation, and a stronger future for Fairbanks Public Schools.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last on our list will be Danette Peterson for our testimonies. Good evening, Ms. Peterson. If you could state your name, spell your last, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Danette Peterson, Peterson, Fairbanks. Not sure where I was supposed to speak because I'm not advocating for one proposal over the other, but I appreciate the opportunity. Undeniably, as a community, we find ourselves in a horrible situation and one that we never wanted to be in. Whatever the decision tonight, there will inevitably be a deep sense of loss. There is a natural grieving process that follows: tears, anger, disappointment, hurt. It is not so much about the bricks that make those buildings special, but about the communities that are formed within that will be torn apart. It is not a burden that those directly impacted should bear alone. It is going to take our entire community to help heal and build new school communities. I invite all to be a part of that healing process and to work toward unity. To that end, I encourage everyone in our community to contact our elected officials in Juneau and inform them that you want our schools adequately funded. No longer can we, as educators, do this important work alone and be dismissed as just educators. I thank those who have already raised their voice in this effort. As we begin the process of building those new school communities, I ask you to continue to work on soft landings for our students, families, and staff. Please continue to listen carefully to what the community needs and values once you make your decision tonight, and honor those voices. I have appreciated the recent conversations that I've had with the district and FPA to find ways to ensure that impacted students or staff are more easily onboarded in new positions. Let's ensure everyone feels valued and welcomed in this district, even if at a new school. Let's be clear, the process of closing schools is horrible, but let's learn from the past, strive for improvement, and do it with compassion so that we can focus on retention rather than recruitment and start the forthcoming school year with fewer vacancies. Finally, I encourage you to turn a corner and pivot, as many have already testified tonight. Once whatever budget cuts are made, please find ways to focus on ways to grow and build our schools. Have crucial conversations with those who are choosing to not be a part of our district and find out what they desire. Maybe it's STEM, gifted programs, outdoor learning opportunities, CTE, or smaller class sizes. I don't know the answers, but we will never know if we don't dive deeply to find out. Tonight is a heavy night and it feels dark. Let's not continue to just cut. I look forward to a brighter future, welcoming new students and engaging in conversations about ways to innovate and build the schools that families desire and our community deserves.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, the board is going to take a 10-minute recess, and we will be back to start our debate and the vote. All right. The board is now back from recess. Thank you. Okay, board is back from recess, and we are now going to come back to our discussion and vote for the consolidations. We have a motion on the floor, and so I will now open it up to board member discussion. Ms. Julian.
Thank you, President Burnett. At this point, I'd like to move to amend the motion that's on the floor by removing Hunter Elementary from the list. I move to amend the motion by removing Hunter Elementary from the list of schools slated for closure. My reasoning behind this amendment is as follows.
Point of order. Second.
Okay, there we go. Yep. Now, if you would, we got a second. If you would go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. My reasoning behind the amendment is as follows. The administration listed 4 reasons for closing Hunter, one of which is a 1-year enrollment decline. However, in review of the 20-year enrollment data for Hunter, Hunter Elementary has the most stable enrollment for our district with only a 5% variation over 20 years. This board has already consolidated Central Fairbanks with the closure of Joy Elementary and Nordale Elementary in 2022. Hunter Elementary has a significant growth in reading, exceeding district targets by 11%, with a 16% increase in literacy just last year. Hunter Elementary is a growing neighborhood with a concentration of affordable housing. It is centrally located in a corridor that is easily accessible and has one of the largest walking zones. Hunter serves our largest population of Alaska Native students. Last Thursday, the Fairbanks Native Association unanimously voted in support of keeping Hunter open. Finally, when Boreal Sen presented its first draft of their charter to the school board, at that point, the board's message was clear. A school of choice should not be located in an area that limits access for working families and underserved communities. In times of declining enrollment, that reasoning remains relevant today. I've talked about innovation, and this community wants us to innovate. And I say that we innovate now with Hunter. A centrally located magnet school or focus school would serve a broader population more equitably and invite new families to our district. Currently, for example, Barnett has 198 applications in a centrally located magnet. Hunter Elementary has room to grow. This is a community, the community as a whole is asking for us to bring back students. This community is asking for us to innovate. Therefore, I would like to ask this board to consider also making Hunter Elementary a focus school for the 2026-2027 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. I'd like to remind board members that tonight we'll only be discussing the consolidation piece behind the schools. We will not be taking actions on changing schools into magnets or anything like that tonight. So with that, Mr. Dorn.
Hey, I would like to speak to the amendment.
Okay.
And I have general comments that I.
Okay, Mr. Dorn.
Before that, to speak to the amendment, definitely in support of it, and several things that resonate with me, and I've been fortunate to have a good partnership, relationship, if you want, with Hunter for well over 30 years, well over 35. And we shared many students over the years when I was principal and at Denali. I've had a chance to visit every year since I've been on the board and to walk the hallways, go into the classrooms. What's impressive is that community that has developed as principal, and in some cases several principals that I've dealt with over the years there, as staff, as they meet a student in the hallway who may be struggling or in the classroom, how they've dealt with that, the knowledge of that community. of those kids, the relationships with families, building those relationships over time. The and it's been something that I look at and I say the hunter community has gelled in lots of ways. It had had community all the time, and I even go back to a former board member who sat on this board for quite some time, Sue Hull, hunter parent, and her advocacy, her talk, her pride in that school, and many of her kids attended there, graduated from there. But the aspects of it is really important, and I was reminded tonight listening to some of the students who testified, who talked about students aren't numbers, and mindful in this room. Actually, at the time, it would be a hunter neighborhood parent and group, but Barnett Elementary, where many of those students attended at the time, and just south of Hunter itself was where they were bused to Barnett. But Barnett was under criticism. I'm sorry, this is over 20 years, almost 30 years ago. But in this room, a little over 20 years, a gentleman stood on this far side, and I remember that very clearly. It was in the middle of the summer, and the then superintendent, long since gone, was targeting Barnett Elementary. This room was packed. They were parents from the Hunter, now the Hunter neighborhood that we call. And they said, you've never heard, which should say the superintendent backed out of being present at that meeting. But people got up and talked about their school, their community, the same way we've been hearing people talk about Hunter and other school communities here. But they said particularly, you've never seen me at a meeting like this. You've never heard me speak. We don't come, we don't have time, we don't have that thing. But they turned out that night, and a gentleman who is a member of the staff, I can't remember his name offhand, of the Fairbanks Native Association, he made the real point that students aren't numbers. And I think that's what we've been hearing, but most importantly, it's what we see. And so I think it's really important. Hunter is a vital force. It's a needed presence in our community, and closing it doesn't solve the issue. So I'm fully supportive of keeping Hunter open. I want to tout, and I appreciate your mentioning, let's not get into details following. It's a matter of whether a school is open or closed. Hunter needs to be open and should be, and because of what it does on a regular basis, what it has done for kids, what it's done for families, and I've had many views of that from parents over the years, from kids over the years, and so I will be fully supportive of keeping Hunter open.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. I want to speak in favor of the amendment. I've said it before, but I'll say it again because there might be different people listening today. But this school, it's been made clear that this school serves a particular, unique and important function for a community that really needs it. The many, many years of history of Hunter staff and parents forming partnerships, lifting each other up. The testimony that we hear about students students walking to school, showing up late, often having gotten themselves up and out the door, and the unique demographics of this area and the ways in which the staff have ensured that they are rising to meet the challenges of those demographics, that they are building trust with the community. I worry that if Hunter closes, a lot of that may be lost, including that trust that has been gained, and that we would end up leaving students behind, both physically when they can't catch the bus, but metaphorically as well, in terms of providing a quality education. I want to note that I attended the Fairbanks Native Association board meeting last week. And yes, the vote was unanimous to oppose the closure of Hunter. And I really appreciated that body coming together for that vote, because you're amplifying the voices of that community who, as we've heard, often are unable to show up themselves. So I support this amendment. I agree with Ms. Julian and Mr. Doran. Hunter is an essential school for this community, and it needs to stay open.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Hardy.
I will also vote in support of this motion. I was a part of the Hunter community. In 2010, Barbara Heil hired me to have my first opportunity to teach in elementary school, which was the only thing I ever wanted in my entire life. And I know the teachers at Hunter because one of them was my PE teacher at Joy. And many of them also taught there with me are still teaching there today. Because when you teach at Hunter, you have a purpose and you have a mission, and it fuels you. It can be hard to be a teacher, but you find that purpose, and that's why they stick around. And I'm so touched to see new teachers that have moved in that are filling those same missions and purpose for those students. I could speak for hours about what my own students in those classrooms experienced. It's not hyperbole. Every single teacher there has stories of what they've helped their students get through and how much the Hunter community means to that neighborhood. So not to belabor any of those points, I'm going to speak to how we get out of this if we don't close Hunter. And part of that is we have some borough assembly members in the room, we have a mayor, and they have a minimum funding resolution coming before them. And I want to thank them because I already know that that's going to have $2 million more than what we had originally planned on, which is great. But as I've sat through both last year and this year, tens of hours of heart-wrenching testimony, I can tell you I do have a heartbeat or a finger on the heartbeat of what this community values, and it values its public schools. And there is nothing stopping the borough assembly and the mayor from proposing a minimum funding resolution in a time that this board could have actionable ideas about their funding. 60 million is great, but it could be 63. We can commit ourselves to making some hard cuts as a community. They might include closing some things that we also value. So we all need to ask ourselves, what do we value more, a pool or a school? What do we value more, a rec program or a school? We can make those hard choices. This board has been making those hard choices for a decade. It's time for our entire community to decide what it is we really value and put that in our budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Was there Miss Maple?
I think that the reality of, while we're discussing this individual amendment, the reality is that all of the conversations are inextricably linked, that we can't have a conversation about whether Hunter comes off the list without engaging on what that means as part of the broader conversation. And, you know, I am in the same place that I was when we met last night, in that I understand this amendment and I understand the support for this amendment. And I also am still incredibly worried about our rural communities that don't have schools nearby to pick up the pieces of a closed school. I know that we have solutions, and I trust the administration. They're the best solutions that we have. I really do trust this plan as presented. And that includes trusting that there has been intentional work to design support systems for students impacted by a Hunter closure. I've noted everything that has come before us, whether it be in email or in testimony, today, that the student support changes that a teacher gave us, pointing out that Johnson O'Malley and Alaska Rises weren't listed on that for resources for Hunter Elementary, and what those impacts will have if that school closes, those programs that will potentially be lost or tutors that will potentially be lost. And I value that information and still feel strongly that our administration has put forward a plan that will support our students. Somebody said last night, that they were really worried about a closure of Hunter leaving students behind. And I said it last night, but it bears repeating that I think that when we're talking about the potential of losing or leaving students behind, that the population that is at the highest risk of being left behind is a population that lives in rural Alaska and that moved to rural Alaska knowing there was a school in their community. It's also the only, in trying to Tetris all of this together and trying to justify not having $5 million in savings at this juncture because of what that will mean for future conversations. Looking at Two Rivers and Salcha, it's the only option that I can find where there is a potential of removing schools, retaining those schools at a much lower cost, that that there's a model that that could result in still having cost savings of $400,000 to $500,000 per school without closing the school. So even if both of those schools were to remain open with really bare bones, and I have done my due diligence of having conversations with with leaders at those schools and with administration, that I'm not advocating for a thing that isn't wanted, that I'm not advocating for a recipe for disaster, that yes, it would be challenging, but that there's a way to continue to serve an underserved population and still realize cost savings to lessen the burden of our next conversation. And I read the writing on the wall. I recognize, I'm the fourth to fifth to speak, that I know that there's a majority of this board in favor of this motion. And I also know that we are in a significant budget crisis that just doesn't, I don't know, and I welcome further discussion on it, how there's any possibility of, like, it's hard for me to even stomach that having any less cost savings from this because we have so much more to cut in the coming months. But I would be remiss if I didn't share my really deep and serious concerns about making a decision that, painful as it would be, that there are supports in place 8 blocks away, 4 blocks away, when there are schools that the supports are a 40-minute bus ride and a military gate away. For whatever that's worth, that is where I am right now on this particular, on all of it. It's all linked.
Thank you, Ms. Maple. Ms. Carol Hubbard? No? Okay. So I will put myself in the queue. You know, I go back to my comments from yesterday. At the end of this, we still have a massive deficit. And to ignore that deficit would be irresponsible. I'm not, and that is not a call out to the board. I do not think this board is irresponsible in any way, shape, or form. This board has done tremendous work. But for me to ignore the deficit is irresponsible of me. And like Ms. Maple said, I see it. And to say I don't support pulling Hunter off would be wrong, because I do support that. I do support this school. But I go back to my comments in my president's report. And I cannot put another 2.5 students into a classroom when we're already battling possibly 2.5 students in a classroom. We have a $6 million deficit to settle with consolidating 5 schools. And if we can't find the cuts, that means already, as we're consolidating and lowering class sizes, increasing them back up. And another 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, another $1 million on top of that is another couple of bodies in a classroom. And the educational value that starts to diminish the more students that are in a class, we already see it. And so that's where my concern is. I do support the board's direction here, absolutely. And I understand all the reasonings behind it. But going back to PTR and students in seats, I will vote no to pulling it off. Any other comments from the board at this time, Mr. Dorn?
These are general takeaways that I had from last night, and I was going to do those separately. Oh, these are general takeaways that I had from last night's conversation that I was going to do separately, but I think in regard to some of the comments and keeping it in the area of this amendment, okay, some of the takeaways I had from our conversation, which I really was very glad that we had as a board, and commend people for putting things on the table. Choice, a lot of conversation about choice, options for families. And it's presented out there in the broader conversation at the state and national level, we don't have parent choice. That's a battle cry. And I think it's what interested me last night was the conversation about having choices, about families enjoying their school they have chosen to go to. Not one of our students is forced to be in any of our schools. We have many choices of schools to go to in our district. Every school has an OAA option, out of attendance area option, request. Space permitting, yes. Some other factors, but we have choice. And people have exercised that. But yet we talk about choice for schools, but we don't necessarily talk about choice in where we live in our communities. Many of the comments were focused on loss of students, recognized if we close this school, we're going to lose some students. Glossed over the gains. All the communities have talked about what can they do to attract more in. I am well aware that conversations are that our enrollments are going down. Nobody has mentioned, because our state population is going down, all the references, and not just in the last few weeks, but in the last couple of years, has been, oh, parents are not pleased with their schools. They're saying no, they want to homeschool, they want to go to private school. And in many of those cases, it's a good choice for their kids. There are family situations, kids situations where those are important. But what it tells me is people who are well involved in that, in the community for homeschooling, for instance, know there are a lot of parents out there. There's a whole group of people we can reach out to and recruit. I see that dichotomy in our conversation. I was also intrigued by the number of comments that said, oh, close the school, but oh, they can build another school. They can do another school. To me, that says a school is right in the right place. Why close a school and say, oh, but open a school? They don't sit. We've talked, and this has been, I think, again, we haven't talked enough about it and recognized it enough, let's say, the efforts toward rebuilding since 2020. I was doing a calculation here that current fifth graders were kindergartners when schools were shut down by the governor. They didn't get to finish their school year, their kindergarten year. First grade, many of them were on remote. Schools, this district worked hard to open the schools, and we did, it graduated it. That's an impact on our fifth graders, the fourth graders, okay? Younger kids who did not get to even play with other students on the playgrounds. Very important socialization development as preschoolers, let alone having the opportunity to go to preschool because they were closed. That has had an impact. And what has absolutely impressed me, because I've had a chance to be in the schools every year watching this process, the effort by principals, staff, families, students themselves to come back into school and to grow and build relationships. It was absolutely fascinating to me to listen at each graduation ceremony, the student speakers and every single one, everyone, talked about they started school remotely. They started their high school remotely. Freshman year, sophomore year. Then they began to gel and how they came together by senior year. Very significant. And those efforts of rebuilding, we're not recognizing. And by shutting schools, and I look at these schools, none of these schools are struggling or failing schools. And I'm going to wrap up here, just so you know. I do want to say that the administration, and I give them great kudos, the work they did, the work they've tried to do. I know it was in response to some board members who wanted one plan. Okay. Personally, I would have liked to have seen their recommendation, which could include options. The thing that I look at in these considerations, and I think it gets very much to Ms. Maple's comments, is when I look at our mission statement, it talks about equitable education. It doesn't talk about equal education. The forethought by boards before, administrations before, and principals and teachers, support staff, in looking at our mission statement, the choice of equitable is important. And when we talk about different models and allowing for different models, it's not only to be able to give students individually what they need to help them, to support them, but it's to give our communities that. We have the word diverse. Yes, we are a diverse borough. There are reasons people have picked different parts of town to be in our borough. And so I look and I say to the administration, thank you, but I think we have alternate things to consider. And I'll end with saying that I do hope that as we address this amendment, that we will continue, and Ms. Maple might bring forth another amendment, because I think we need to be looking broader on each of the schools on the list.
Miss Charlie.
So first of all, I really want to express my gratitude to Bobby and the district staff, Sarah, Kate, and Bree for attending the F&A board meeting last week. I really wanted our board to have the opportunity to have all of their questions answered before tonight. Someone tonight spoke on the missing voice in this room, the Hunter voice. It saddened me 2 weeks ago when we had a meeting here and there was no Hunter families testifying. It saddened me again tonight to witness the absence of any testimony from the Hunter families again. It is to no fault of their own that they did not make the testimony list to be here tonight and testify before all of us tonight. But our board did meet last week, and they decided that they were going to be the voice for Hunter families. We received many phone calls, many emails, and many face-to-face conversations from Hunter families to speak on their behalf. And we're an advisory seat to this board, and that speaks volumes. They entrusted us to speak on their behalf. And that's what our board decided. So those of you that did come to our board meeting, thank you so much. Bessie. FNA is in support of this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie. And we will go to Mrs. Hardy.
Adding something to Miss Charlie's testimony first, we did have Hunter families come. Miss Audra Hall is a Hunter mom. She's not Hunter staff. She has tirelessly contacted every board member, had private meetings with every board member, and was committed to being a voice for the families who couldn't make it. We also had a Hunter mom and her husband, and I believe their 5 children, come when we met at Lathrop, because that was walkable, because they could get their family there, which speaks volumes, because even though Barnett is just a stone's throw from here, this is walkable, but it's really not, because Airport Way is a geographic boundary, and it makes things harder. But they did come, and they did talk to as many board members as they could to say how important Hunter was to their families. And they were a multi-generation Hunter family. Her husband had attended Hunter. This was important to them. The lack of Hunter parents in this room is the problem, because it is harder for that community to be able to get out and engage. And I'm so grateful for FNA for being a voice for all of the rest of them who couldn't be heard. But them not being here does not imply that they don't care. They absolutely do. In fact, I know that they held a meeting at the school, and we had assembly members attend, and I'm sure families attended. I wasn't able to, but Mr. Burgess was. They do care. They have been coming, and they're advocating in the ways that are accessible to them. And we need to do a better job making avenues for our different types of families to better advocate. Then I want to speak to something that Ms. Maple brought up about a reduced service model at Two Rivers. And on Saturday, we were given what the realistics of that plan was. And while the board knows what that is, the community does not. So what we were told is the most substantial savings achievable while ensuring a continued operation of the school would amount to about $600,000. This would result in an estimated $500,000, not including utilities or building maintenance, reduction per school through consolidation efforts. It would also reduce the realized savings by about $400,000 to $500,000 per school compared to an outright closure. This is the important part, that I hope people are listening when they might think this is a viable option. As a teacher, if we're saying they're going to have currently 69 kids is the number out at Two Rivers, it would switch from a principal to a head teacher. It would have 2 teachers for all those students. It would have a custodian and a nutritious service person. I'm really concerned that I don't see special education on that list, because I know they have special education needs. Like I said last night, we're chasing these savings, and by keeping that school open at this reduced model, we are actually taking away their choice. Those families no longer have a choice to go to Weller. It is very different to choose something different for your family and for Two Rivers to decide to take control of their own education and form a charter school where they get to choose how their money is allotted, than us as a board forcing this option on them. We were also told at that time, and perhaps I'm wrong, but at that time, neither Principal Hoy or Principal Wild were in favor of this reduced model. So we are definitely doing things to people instead of with people if we were to take that option.
Mrs. Hardy, could we get back to the motion on the floor?
Is part of the motion. You allowed Ms. Maple to make those statements, and mine are germane to the conversation. That is the end, though.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. We will go to Ms. Maple.
I appreciate Ms. Hardy bringing up what that email said about, the proposal where I pulled that potential savings from, and I would like to reiterate what I said earlier, which is that I have spoken at length with the principals of those schools to learn what their thoughts are, It's really important to me that I don't advocate for something that somebody doesn't want. In this model that is here, it's so much is just so nuanced that the conversations that I have had the opportunity to have are not about this being an ideal method. They're not about this being the best path forward. It's been about if there's a dearth of a school there versus something that looks different, what might that be? And as I talk about this tonight, I just like, when President Burnett made it clear that, we're talking about the closures. We're talking about whether or not these schools will close, not what the future looks like for those schools. That I won't pretend to have an idea of exactly what either model would look like at either school, only that in talking about it, my point is that these are two potential schools where we could see cost savings and still retain the school, and that those are conversations that I wouldn't ever think that the school board would make for those communities. That just like as we talk about closures, we've said, over and over again that we're talking about the closures tonight, and we'll continue to talk about redistricting. We'll continue to talk about if Hunter closes, where those students go. We'll continue to talk about the nuance of the lines that are going to move middle school kids, that these conversations are not done. So when I'm talking about this, that's where I am. That is my approach. That is there a way to remove a school and still be able to work with our administration and work with the experts within our community to figure out what the best possible path forward is, if it means not removing a service for those communities. One of the things that I brought up last night was that if this is something that we entertained, I would advocate that I wanted to know what costs would look like to have one bus stop, so that if there are families that say, I'm so glad that Salcha is still going to be open, but this model is not for me. I need to make sure that my kid it's really important to me that they're going to have X, Y, or Z, that there could be a bus stop so that they still could go into ACES, or that a family in Two Rivers could have the option to still go into Weller. And I originally raised my hand not to say that. I wanted to just can I go on to say one more thing? Is that okay?
If we can get back to the Hunter amendment.
I guess I'll take the opportunity then just to ask a clarifying question on that, because I totally understand that what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about Hunter right now. My concern is that if this part of the conversation doesn't happen now and we vote on removing one school from the list, that we are tying our hands about having conversations about other schools. That's my fear. That's what makes me think that this is about the amendment, because those are the things I'm weighing as I make my decision on this particular amendment.
Would the board agree? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So what I initially raised my hand to say was Tim was talking. Honestly, now I can't remember what specifically he said that I latched onto, but it was about adding back. It was about bringing population back in. That is what we've been talking about, and I wanted to just bring attention to the fact that Two Rivers has spent the past year doing that. That their community members built a nonprofit to do that. That they brought kids back from homeschool. They added a bus stop to bring more kids that were closer to Weller back out to Two Rivers. I was asking something today about a teacher that used to work at Salcha, and I said, oh, I was surprised to hear her testify in support. I know she just retired, and I found out, oh, now she's filling in a position at Two Rivers, but not a position they already have, a position that's funded through One World, One Tree. And that, you know, that there is this innovation happening. And I know that we've said this ad nauseum, that there is innovation happening at all of our schools. There is innovation happening, even without money, even if the money's coming from somewhere else, even if it's adjunct employees to the university coming out and providing services at a school. And so when we're talking about this innovative piece, I just want to remind everybody that that doesn't mean all new ideas, that there are ideas that are in practice, that are happening, that are being implemented on the ground, making positive change for our district at every school, but I'm particularly focused on Two Rivers. So,
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. So I'm bringing forth this amendment to the motion. Before I speak to that, I have one thing I need to say, because there are students and there are students listening. To every single student that's listening, this is not your fault. You did a great job in advocating, and this is not your fault. You deserve everything to succeed in life. And this entire community wants to wrap their arms around every single student who's here, who's at home, who's listening. And I encourage all of the families who are listening to please have these conversations with your own children, with your own students before they go to school tomorrow. Okay. I brought forward this motion because when I look at the data in the Central Fairbanks region, the administration put forth this recommendation, and I really challenge that it's the right one. I do realize that there's domino effects. Thank you, Mrs. Hardy, for recognizing that. There is a domino effect to this. So let's talk about the money. We have about a $1.6 million that we're gonna have to figure out. So innovation is critically tied to this. There's about 100 seats right now available at Hunter. Their enrollment fluctuates really drastically with an influx of Alaska Native students after that October count date, which is what you see on the district dashboard, which is why you have an enrollment number that was at 326 at the beginning of the year, and now it's closer to 380, 385. And that does fluctuate there because of that population. But regardless, there's about 100 seats that we could say are relatively available at that school. When I think about our geography, because we can't get away from geography, I think about where is our borough growing? And our borough is, we are attracting military-connected families. We are growing in North Pole. We also, and thank you, Mr. Dorn, for talking about that, where a school is matters. I think that's to Ms. Maple's point too. Where a school is matters. Right now, our backs are against the wall because we have the 7th straight year of deficits that this board and previous iterations of this board have cut over $50 million. We must innovate. We must innovate. We must figure out how to move forward in an equitable way that serves students, that serves a diverse population, that gives the most people the chance. So when we think about where we're going to innovate and where we're going to be able to serve students, but then also draw others back, I looked at Hunter and I said, that's it. You have an amazing connection with Fairbanks Native Association. There's an amazing connection with that community. And it really resonated as a location that's on a main artery in our community. So I do think that I don't want to talk about that, and I'm going to kind of park it over here. But I am not saying let's keep Hunter open and then let's keep everything status quo. No. We need to innovate. And I think that that's that's the only way. Well, there's a couple ways, but that's one of the ways that we get out of this spiral. We have to give people something to be excited about. We also are doing amazing things already. And I won't talk about those yet. But we are doing amazing things in this district. So I want to flip that narrative and talk about the possibilities, which is why I feel like even though this is putting money back into our deficit that we have to manage, we're going to be entering into this budget cycle where we haven't yet seen it. We need to peel back the onion on the budget. We need to really turn every stone over, and I know that previous boards have already done that. But let's look again. And thank you, because we do have people in this room who control purse strings. We also have people who are listening from Juneau who control purse strings. And I'm going to say that our schools are fundable now. Thank you.
Mrs. Hardy.
I guess I want to say, if we're talking about reduced models, let's draw that logic out. Let's apply it to the other schools then. We're the school board, we can decide that. All right, so let's cut things from all our schools and then all our schools get to stay open. At what point do we say that this is not a good education model anymore? Are we okay with saying 69 students at Two Rivers, they can accept less, and around that same number at Salcha, they can accept less, but the towns or the schools inside our town, they don't get the same benefit of let's start cutting stuff from there. Would Midnight Sun like to stay open if we cut a whole bunch of things from their program? Would Pearl Creek like to stay open if we cut a whole bunch of things from theirs? Why are we offering or thinking that this choice is better when, if we all actually looked at it objectively, we're offering them less and then saying be grateful? It's not the way we should be going around this. I don't think a single one of our schools should close. I don't want to be making this vote. I hate that we're in this position. I started advocating and really getting involved years ago before Joy and Nowheredale and the other closures happened. It has been a long and painful road to get to the point that I will end up voting for more school closures. Eielson broke me last year. This might finish the job. But we have to, at some point, as a teacher, as one of the only people, Miss Hubbard has done it some, and Mr. Doran, who has taught in front of a classroom, at what point do we say that we can't just cut more and more things from our schools just in order to keep them open? That is kicking the can again and again.
Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. I'm going to throw myself in the queue real quick, just because I would like to throw support behind that with everything that Mrs. Hardy just said. You know, sitting in these seats is something that a lot of people don't understand what it's like to sit here and be faced with year after year of cut after cut after cut. And we've not even cut efficiencies. We're past that. And giving a reduced model is not fair to our students. And so I just wanted to say that I support that, Mrs. Hardy, and thank you for your comments. With that, Mr. Doran, you had your hand up next, but Miss Carol Hubbard wanted to jump in, and she's only had one comment, so I'm going to throw her in, and then we'll go to you. Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thank you, Mrs. Burnett. I too want to support what Mrs. Hardy just said. I don't support a reduced model for any school. I think that part of the idea of consolidating schools is to provide better at the schools that are remaining. If we can take the classrooms and fill them up, we have fewer schools, but we have more full classrooms. We can offer more services at every school, and it becomes a more equitable situation district-wide. I would just want to remind everyone, we have a $16 million deficit. I don't know how we're going to decide to keep schools open. I know every single person here, you love your school, I get that. I was a teacher. I loved my students. I moved schools 3 times. I taught in an all-Hispanic school. I was the only white girl in the room. I learned how to speak Spanish. I was in California. I was in Southern California. It was cool, but it was a challenge. But I moved schools, and I moved 40 miles away to another school. If we were going to move to Hawaii, everybody would be super excited. We're moving to Hawaii. We're going to go to a new school. We would be celebrating. The idea that people are disappointed that you have to go to another school is really it's kind of insulting to the rest of your community, to be honest. I'm not here to chastise you, but I mean, seriously, I think that we should be honoring each other a little bit more. Every single school that we have in the school district is amazing, and all the teachers that we have are amazing. I just think that we have great schools, and I think we have great opportunities for everybody everywhere. And we've decided, you know, we've talked about the idea that if we consolidate schools, we're going to have better special education programs across the district. And I think that's an amazing thing. I think that's a great opportunity for everybody. And it seems to work. It actually, the numbers seem to work, and it looks like, you know, people are going to be able to keep their teams together, and they've got, you know, they've talked about all kinds of things. So there's lots of planning going on behind the scenes, just so that, you know, everybody is still aware. I'm a math teacher. I'm a business owner. I live by my budget. And if I can't go out to eat because I don't have the money, I can't go out to eat because I don't have the money. If I can't hire another employee because I don't have the budget for it, I can't do that. And I think what we're being asked to do is almost unreasonable. We simply don't have the money. We're broke with $16 million sitting there on the negative. We can't keep doing this. I sat in the audience last year and I watched and I watched and I watched, and I was quite judgmental. My apologies, Mrs. Hardy. I was very judgmental. And I was mad. I was mad at her because she couldn't make the decision. It's really hard. Mrs. Burnett is 100% right. It's really hard to sit up here. You community of Fairbanks, not people in the audience necessarily, the community of Fairbanks has elected people because you wanted us to represent you. And we told you how we feel, what we think, and what our views are, and you said, you're the one. So here we are. Each one of us went through the painful process of being elected, and here we are. And we're here to make decisions. We're here to make hard decisions. And we all talked about that. I know Mrs. Dooley and I have talked about that at length. We are here to make the worst decisions of all. And we both ran for office last year knowing we were going to have to do this. So it's painful. It's terrible. However, last year we did not close schools. And now we have a bigger deficit. We raised class sizes. I just about went through the roof. I don't want to raise class sizes again. Statistically, Kids do better when there are fewer of them for one teacher, and the teacher is able to reach more students when your class size is lower. My class sizes were 40. I taught high school. It's different. But I will tell you, it's a challenge. You got 40 people sitting there looking at you, and it's big. We're talking 25 kids in elementary school, so that's much more manageable, but I'd like to see it down to 22. Last year we closed Ben Eielson Junior Senior High, and we had lots and lots of negative feedback in the very beginning, and as it turns out, many of those students have come back, many of those families have come back and said, wow, that was the best thing ever. We went to North Pole. We got all these other things. We got all these new ideas. We've got all these new opportunities. Kids are happier. They've got better classes. They've got AP classes. They've got band. They have drama. They've got all these new opportunities. Maybe I'm just the only one who's the cup half full person in the room, because I think this is a great opportunity for Fairbanks. I'm sorry that your schools are on the list to be closed. If it weren't your 5, it'd be some other 5, and we'd have a whole different group of people in here who would feel the exact same way that you do. My hope would be that we could welcome the students who are coming into your school, that we wouldn't chastise them or exclude them because they're taking a seat in your school and you came from that other school. I hope that doesn't happen. We've had some pretty brutal testimony from a lot of young people, and my hope would be that the young people who are impacted by this would look at this as an opportunity to be kind and to grow the community even more, to bridge gaps and to make friends. I didn't know most of the people on this board, and I consider them all friends now. We sit on different sides of the aisle, but we all know each other, and it's different. You know, you walk into a room, go into a college class, I don't know anybody. Go into a high school class, got a whole new group of students. Oh no, what do? I learn all their names practically the first day. I work hard at it. I worked hard at it. It's an opportunity. It really is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to stretch us. I will not vote in support of removing Hunter.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. Mr. Dorn.
I'm going to start out with a confession. I'm not perfect. I've had students tell me that, parents, staff members, my wife, my 2 daughters, our 2 daughters. One of my faults, there aren't many, but one is I'm neutral to a fault. I have a habit to think and think and think, and ponder, to question, to come back, and this is a multi-year process in terms of this topic. And so, and even in a conversation this afternoon, I stayed pretty neutral with a parent. I may have had some hint where I feel, but I'm not in supportive of this plan at all. I think each school should remain open. I don't think we're solving the issue. We're not addressing the issue. I've been in every one of these schools recently. I think Ms. Maple, to the amendment, raised a very good point. If we pull one off, does that start a ripple effect? Absolutely. My feeling is we should divide the question. Each should be given the due diligence. If we are not my real preference would be to see us vote down, and I would ask my colleagues to seriously considering voting down the closure of all the schools. I do think there are a couple of alternatives that would save money. Yes, there's some building closures, less impact on fewer students, but it's not just all about the money. Okay. If it got us someplace, I would say yes. I have to give that a better thought, more thought. I might not come out with a different decision. But right now, this doesn't solve anything. It actually flies in the face of what we say. Good education, that's our responsibility, to provide good education for our students. That's what our schools are doing. I had a note last night that I teased Mr. Burgess about, that I was trying to see whether I should let him read it. And it says strike. Is there a reason for a statewide strike for what we believe, what we want for our kids? And that's what this is about. I think it was wonderful, and I appreciate Ms. Burnett going back to make sure students got to speak, because that's what we're all about. And I have to say, they are a testament to our schools. And we've had students from different schools who have spoken, not only the schools that are on the list. So I am not supportive of closing any of the schools. I will not maintain a neutrality. I'll be specific about it. I think it's to the detriment of our students, to our community, and actually, I think it's to the detriment of our advocacy for public education. I think it waters it down. I do think that when I look at it and look at the amendment for Hunter, for instance, but it's applicable to several of the schools. Some of the Hunter students will be facing their second displacement. Those who are attending Joy, because it drew from that neighborhood. They're home now. That is a problem. Pearl Creek accepted a number of students, drew them into their family. Some of those will be affected a second time. What are we doing to them and their families? Actually, most of our buildings are being used quite well. We do have some spots. And one of the recommendations from the administration helps to address some of that issue in that school, those two schools, between them, where there is extra room. But also, when we look and we say, oh, there's space in a building, can we look at that and say, how can we use that better? Are there programs that could be better situated? We could use that space. They can share a building. We can solve that. My concern is we're losing money. We close these schools, we're losing money. Yes, it saves money up front, but we're actually losing money. And to me, that doesn't make sense. So I'm going to advocate that we keep each of our schools open. If we do it one by one, we do it one by one. If we do it as a group, we do it as a group. Good thought has gone into this recommendation. I find using that same data, that same information, what I've seen in the schools, that we have an alternative. And I would highly encourage that as a board, we really consider that. We give ourselves that opportunity. We really advocate because unless the state, unless the borough invests more, this is a pittance. And it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't move us further. It puts us in a more precarious position.
Can we call the question so that we can return to a broader conversation?
The question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Mrs. Richardson, could you please call the vote on the question? If you vote yes, that means we're going to move on to vote on the amendment at hand. If you vote no, we will continue on.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
Would you just restate the amendment, please, that we're...
So a yes vote to call the question means we will move to the amendment.
Colonel Foster.
Yes.
Colonel Cole.
Yes.
Charlie.
Yes.
Shannon.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Julian.
Yes.
Earl Hubbard.
No.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Maple.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Now that takes us to the amendment at hand for the removal of Hunter Elementary from the list of schools. Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Cole.
Yes,
No.
Miss Charlie.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
No.
Colonel Foster.
No.
Miss Julian.
Yes.
Earl Hubbard.
No.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Miss Maple.
No.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
No.
Motion carried.
That brings us back to our original motion with Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, Salcha, and Two Rivers. Board discussion. Miss Maple.
I just wanted, for the sake of clarity, say that in what in conversations surrounding Two Rivers and Salcha, I am not suggesting that we offer less and say be grateful. I am offering that I want to listen to the communities in Salcha and Two Rivers and let their principals with their communities make a plan for what is best for their communities. I do not believe that is giving less and asking for more. I believe it is making something out of a bad situation. I trust those communities. I trust all of our communities. I trust all of our principals. And I trust them to listen and make good decisions. And I also trust them to say, you know what, this is the model that we were looking at and it's not going to work. I trust them to make decisions that serve their communities. So I recognize that that might be a foregone conclusion at this point, but I want to be really clear about what my intention is in bringing this forward.
Any other board comments? Mr. Burgess?
I was actually going to ask for a brief recess.
Okay, brief recess.
Expected time?
Board, let's have you back by 9:25. Let's make it a 10-minute. Okay, welcome back. The board is now back from recess. Thank you all for your patience and for sticking with us. I would like to just say that we really truly appreciate everybody that's here right now. We really appreciate when people are involved and engaged and stick with us. And so just thank you to the community and everybody here in the audience tonight for bearing with us through this process. We know it's difficult. So that will bring us back to our original motion on the floor, which is the closures of Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, Salcha, and Two Rivers Elementary. Discussion from the board. Any discussion from the board? Mr. Dorn.
As I noted earlier in some of my comments, but I don't want to repeat all the pieces, but I am not in favor of the main motion. I think there are some things that are really missing from our conversation. There is the conversation of revenue. It's not a main topic for tonight. It is in 2 weeks when we look at budget, but we have to look at revenue pieces and not discount those. I did mention that actually in closing a school, there's a cost to that. We reduce our revenue. But there's also, and I don't know all the details, and I expect that we'll see more of that when the administration presents their budget. But a couple of things that I look at is, and I mentioned last night, brought up hold harmless. That's actually money that comes in. There's a step down to that, but we've had some hold harmless monies, and that's actually a little bit of extra that we don't factor into the formula. How those are accounted for, where they are they in fund balance? Are they in operation? Have they been rolled into operational revenues? I don't have that answer, but it's one that I'm looking for. I'm also very interested in the ongoing conversations of impact aid and
Mr. Dorn, I would like to get back to our motion. We can have those comments and discussions after we have this discussion on the schools.
right, and that's, well, they are factors, because when we talk about savings by closing schools and the costs that are there, and whether it gets us to the bottom line or not is my point. And we need to be on both sides of that. That if we say they save, they also cost us. So I'll pause there. Please put me back in the queue.
Mrs. Hardy.
I move to amend the motion to remove Pearl Creek Elementary School.
Second.
Guess I'll speak to the motion. I know we're not getting into the details of what happens to schools that we remove right now. I strongly believe Pearl Creek has the ability to draw students back to this district. I believe that we run the risk of alienating a very active, very vocal, and well-connected community and base of people who will be who we need to help us get out of this death spiral. I fully acknowledge that there are inequities baked in this system, that every single one of these schools deserves to be pulled off this list, and I could talk about them. I've been in all of these schools. I did not make it out to Midnight Sun this year, but I did spend time in their IR room last year for a while, and I have seen and know how great each of these communities are. I think the momentum behind Pearl Creek is something that we need to acknowledge and allow them to realize that magnet and hopefully draw back some students to our district.
So I'm going to throw myself in just really quick to that, Mrs. Hardy. I do believe that the deficit already has the hold harmless accounted for.
If we don't close the school, we remove it, then there is no hold harmless.
I hear you. Okay. Any question, other discussion from the board? Mr. Dorn?
I'm going to speak again in support of the amendment. I think what we've heard in testimony as well is important because there's every school winds up with a stereotyping, and the Pearl Creek is quite a diverse school. It has increasingly become diverse. I think that the efforts they've put into making new students who came to their school and as a result of previous closures and efforts, even though they have not had the same level of supplemental supports, they've really gone above and beyond to try and meet those students' needs. And I think that, again, when we talk about advocacy, not there, that community has been clear. They want a attendance area. They want to maintain that, but they want to grow. They want to attract others. They want to advocate for our schools. And when I think in terms of, we talk about innovation or creativity, I would never want to force that on any school as such, because I mean, I know all the work that goes into that. And if you're providing a good quality education, that's got to be your main focus. But you can also look at these things in ways, because the idea is, whether it's STEM, STEAM, fine arts, technology, I mean, any number, explorations, all different efforts can be there. They are built in terms of applying and actually implementing the skills in the literacy areas, the language arts and the math. Each of those are reinforced. They're actually the practice of those skills. And I think that as people are trying to bring ideas forward, as I mentioned earlier, we have a real interest in family engagement and parent options. This is a prime example of that. And it is a very effective school. I purposely don't use successful because they're not actually comparable. It is a very effective school, and we've seen that. So I'm very in support of this, and I hope that we do pass this.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Mr. Burgess.
Well, I'm having a hard time tonight. I have mixed feelings. I came in tonight thinking that consolidation and closing these schools is the best thing for our district. Hearing my fellow board members speak, I'm hearing some pretty good points. If we look at this as a budget issue, it's not getting us what we need. And the cuts that we have left over are, after the fact, are still huge. But we actually don't know that for sure. We don't know what the legislature is going to come through with. We don't know what the Borough Assembly is going to decide in terms of funding us. And while I have said that there are reasons beyond budget that consolidation could actually improve services at the district, and I do still feel that that's true, I also recognize that closing schools is reshaping our community and our borough. And that's a really tough thing to do as someone who grew up here. Someone who was served by this school system. So I think, you know, I do thank Mr. Doran for raising some really good points here. When it comes to the Pearl Creek magnet idea, or Pearl Creek in general, like, I recognize the value that this school has. I recognize that this is a community of people who has the ability to be engaged, and I don't want to risk alienating these people. And I do think that, you know, whether or not we call it a magnet, but developing a STEAM focus even more at the school is an amazing idea, and it could bring in more students. I'm again coming in here today. I was I was ready at the beginning of this meeting to say that I love the proposal, but it's too much risk. But I'm realizing any choice we make here has risk. And we are in an impossible situation here. Do we reshape our community and then see what's next? Or do we risk leaving these schools open and having other cuts that we have to deal with, or potentially looking at other options during the budget cycle for other closures? I mean, this is what we're up against, you know. As President Burnett was saying, you know, there's not much left to cut. We'd be looking at increasing class sizes, laying off more staff as one potential alternative. Of course, that's a different decision than a school closure. And in any way we shake it, the outcome isn't looking good. I think I'm leaning towards, you know, seeing what revenue can be brought in. But I also have questions about the consequences of delaying this decision and what it might look like in terms of the budget process, and perhaps administration could speak to that, or other board members.
Dr. Meinert?
So clarifying the question of delaying the vote on all schools or one school?
Yeah, thanks. On all of the schools, if we end up either delaying this vote tonight or Yeah, what are the consequences if we delay this vote and wait for the funding situation to become more clear?
It's a really great question. I'm not sure that we're going to know clarity on the funding situation possibly until the middle of June, and we can't wait that long to determine staffing levels and work with our staff on what their next placements may be. We've heard a lot in the last year about make the decision early so that we can plan adequate supports for staff and students in those transitions. And so I think it is valuable for the board to make whatever very difficult decision it is tonight so that we can continue on with those transitional plans because it certainly injects a lot of uncertainty into the hiring process for the district. As you're well aware, we do have challenges in recruitment efforts, and the further that we push recruitment efforts back into the cycle, it makes it harder and harder for us to fill those vacancies, which does increase the PTR in every classroom. And we actually saw that last year. We delayed for a while recruiting for elementary teachers, and we started the year down approximately 15 elementary teachers because of that decision. So there are ramifications for pushing back the vote.
Ms. Maple?
I want to remind us how we got here. Last year, in the proposed budget from the administration, there were 3 schools proposed for closure and outsourcing of custodial. We listened to an immense amount of public testimony. We heard from our community. We understand the crisis we're in, and we need more time. And we listened. And we hired our group to run our strategic planning, and we front-loaded our facilities plan, and we had a rubric created for how we would walk this conversation out. And last year, we created the larger deficit that we are in now. Knowingly, we knew full well what we were doing. We were informed of what we were doing. And we saw the direct impacts on this year's budget. We saw the PTR increase. And so when the conversation came back around this year, we had a different set of information in front of us. We had done our listening the previous year to come up with a new way to figure out how we move forward. And, the last year, I did not entertain the conversation of outsourcing custodial. Then after seeing the impact of our budget and our classrooms this year, it was a different conversation this year. And I know when that vote came before us, I didn't talk. But I cast my vote painfully in favor of that because we have a huge deficit. And I knew that we would be up against these conversations about closing schools. And I said then, I cannot justify not doing this, knowing that it means that we'll have to close more schools, knowing that it means we will be closing schools. And we've been building up to this conversation, and we're here. We're at this point that we knew we were coming to because our population has shrunk. We do not have the same amount of people here to support the number of schools we have, and that is incredibly painful. But the pain of it does not change the fact that it is where we are, and we came here together, that this has been an ongoing conversation. It is not a surprise that there are 5 schools on this list. And we can all have I've clearly already shared mine. We can have our things that we'd like to see change. But I don't think it is reasonable at this point in the game to say, well, never mind. I want to come up with a different way to save all this money. There's not another way. It's firing teachers. That is the way. When we talk about not saving money right now in these conversations, we already have 7.7 million more to cut. And the idea that that won't be our kids' teachers and that it won't be a direct impact on all of our kids' class sizes is preposterous. It will be that. And if we keep growing the deficit, I get it. It's not fair that we're in this mess, but we were just in Juneau and listening. I went and got to give testimony in support of HB 69 in person. It was exhilarating and way scarier than sitting here. And I also heard in Juneau, this isn't going to pass, that this is going to get vetoed, and we're not going to have a veto override just like last year. That I think this idea of holding out hope for more money to come through, I think it's false hope. I believe that where we started with this conversation was that we need to have a smaller footprint. I have listened to presentations from our administration, and I know that the discussion of where there can be hope, I know that that has a, for lack of a better word, an icky feeling to somebody that is feeling the pain of this all. But when we're looking at the potential of offering better services, of not having unintentional split level classrooms, split grade classrooms, of having even just the mere hope of having, sorry, that was loud, of having more classrooms with fewer students in them, I don't know how we possibly turn a blind eye to that potential. Because we hoped last year, and what we got was still not enough. And from what I heard, from what I took away from Juneau, it does sound like we can hope for this 680 again, but not as a permanent increase to the BSA, another one-time funding. I hope we're wrong. I hope what I heard was wrong, but that was my takeaway, was that maybe hopefully we'll get 680 again, but probably not as a permanent increase. And so we'll just keep having a lack of certainty. And I think that means that we got to this point knowing we were going to have to make hard decisions. I've heard over and over again that, it's that we have to make the best decision with what we have available to us. And I believe that that is closing schools and having a smaller footprint so that we can invest. And if we do finally get funding, if it's in 3 years, if it's in 2 years, that then we are able to reinvest in what we have left and do it intentionally.
Thank you, Ms. Maple. So we're going to go to Colonel Cole and then Ms. Dooley and Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Different perspective as an advisor on the board, not a voting member or elected. But I view this as, no matter what funding we get, because of our declining enrollment, we have underutilized infrastructure we are paying for. And that's money that is not invested in our educators. In the testimony that we heard here tonight about the community and the quality education, that all comes from our educators. And our educators are the ones that need the resources for our children. So we have to recognize that the educators are our most valuable asset. So really, consolidation is not about closing schools. It is about empowering our teachers by freeing up the resources that are currently tied up in maintaining underutilized infrastructure due to our enrollment numbers. If you get more money, you have more money that can go towards your educators. And when we talk about innovation, the best people placed for innovation are our educators, with understanding the teaching strategies for the needs of their students and to execute innovation They need our support through resources to be innovative in their classrooms. So, as an advisor, that's how I view it as we're taking a look at these. Enrollment numbers as they are. What is our money paying for? Educators or underutilized space? Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Cole. Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. This one's incredibly difficult for me because my children attend this school. I have to state that. And I wish we weren't talking about this one yet. But I want to say a couple different things here. 20% growth in M-class scores last year and a 4% attendance improvement. Alaska Native education programs, Johnson O'Malley tutors, instrumental music program for 4th and 5th grade, an archery program, and a ski club, and Title I. That's at U Park. I'm going to say another one. Johnson O'Malley tutors yearly Alaska Native Cultural Festival, community garden, adjacent to new ski and hiking burro trails. 27% growth in M-class last year, biggest leap in our entire district. The overall highest percentage of student proficient or advanced for M-class scores, a 5% increase in attendance. That's Wood River. Pearl Creek's an amazing school. I know that. I deeply know that. I have really questioned if in the West Fairbanks region is the one that came forward as the recommendation, was that the right choice? One thing that I've grappled with is the close proximity of the two schools I just listed. When we went through as a district, as a community, came through a process to look at potential closures, I've really pushed back on, is this the right choice? And it's been so hard for me because I have a personal connection here, so I really have to balance that. To me, this whole thing, if we park the magnet, because the data from and the precedents from previous boards have advised this body that schools of choice should be in places that have the opportunity to serve more students more equitably. We right now, this recommendation that has been brought forward, there's a reason that people live in Fairbanks. There's a reason that people live in the interior and don't live in Anchorage. We want to be able to go to the bathroom outside our houses in the woods. You can't do that in Anchorage. You can't do that in town. You can do that in Salcha. Wow. You can do that in my house. In Two Rivers. I mean, you can do that out in Goldstream. You can do that in Two Rivers. This recommendation is saying that if you as a family, 80%, 70% of our borough population lives in places that you can go to the bathroom outside and no one would look at you. There's about 30% of us that choose to live in town, and that's okay too. But yet this recommendation that has come forth is saying we can't afford, and that's true. We have to make tough choices and we can't afford. So gosh, I go to what are we losing with this recommendation? And the thing that for me, I don't support having a school of choice in that location as a magnet, because it's a concentration of resources for for a community that, and the data is there, that, and it's not all, but many already have a lot of steps forward on that line that one of the testifiers tonight talked about. One of the things that we're losing, though, if we talk about this school, is this idea of having schools and campuses that are in those parts of our community that aren't necessarily urban. That means that they don't have walking areas. And it's my understanding with this recommendation that there is more cost, and that's understandable because of busing, if we were to close another school in town versus Pearl Creek. So I'm not going to say how I'm going to vote on this right now, but I go back to the data around last night. I asked the question, I brought this up last night at our work session. Is this do we have the opportunity to say, maybe you got it wrong here, but yet we still need to do something because our enrollment is down. I sat in the audience last year. I led the effort last year to ask the borough residents to increase their taxes by $10 million to pay for education, and they said no, 2-1, no. I have to remember that. They said, no, don't you dare, until you right size, until you put more of each dollar back into the classrooms. My own child started first grade with 31 kids in their class. And that is a result of delayed decisions by this board to make these tough decisions that delay the recruitment and retention of our educators and have led to vacancies. So this is a really tough one for me. And I'm glad that I'm glad we're talking about it. And I'm sorry if I haven't added anything important.
Mrs. Hardy.
Okay. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Our decisions are not made in a vacuum. If we close Pearl Creek now, this board will absolutely have a charter school application before it by next year for the use of the Pearl Creek building. I do not doubt that that application will be well-researched and well-written, given the work we have seen that community put forward for their magnet option. I believe having Pearl Creek become a charter would be the final blow to our local school system and our neighborhood schools. They would have the ability to build a charter school of up to 526 students, possibly even more. That's not deed capacity. The loss of that many students from our district's general fund would be absolutely devastating. We cannot afford the risk of alienating a community at a time when schools of choice and charters specifically are being pushed at all levels of government. At our current BSA of 5960, Pearl Creek's current student enrollment generates over $3.5 million. And at an increased enrollment with the same BSA of 526, it would generate $4.5 million. That's more than any charter school's operating budget currently. That would be money passing through to that charter and out of our general fund. In short, we simply cannot afford to close Pearl Creek.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. So I just want to go on the record again to remind everybody why we're here, because we have a $16 million deficit. We don't have the money to do all these things that everybody wants to do, and I get it, but we don't have the money. I know, specifically speaking to charter schools, they are more expensive than neighborhood schools, and we don't have the money for that. We don't have $16 million. Where are we going to cut this from? I don't know what you guys are thinking. To all of you, I love you, but I don't know what we're thinking. We can go to the grocery store and we can buy milk, bread, and eggs, or we can stock up on candy bars. We only have a pot of money. What are we going to do with this pot of money? Are we going to fund buildings, or are we going to fund education? It's one or the other. We don't have enough money to do both. 87% of our budget really is staff. So in order to make a huge impact on our budget, we're going to have to close schools. So if we kick it down the road one more year, next year we're going to be closing 6. Really? Why? Why are we doing this? We're already in trouble. It's foolishness for us not to move forward on the plan. We asked all those people on that side of the room were hired to do a job. They are professionals. They are educated. They were qualified for their positions. We trust them with our students, with our curriculum, with our special education programs. We trust them with our homeschool programs. We trust them with hiring and firing teachers. We trust them to run the middle schools, the high schools, the elementary schools. We trust them to do everything. Oh, except to make this decision because we think we know something they don't know. Did you miss something? Did y'all miss something? Because you picked the wrong schools.
Miss Carol Hubbard, if we could try to not diminish on the school board, that would be great. Thank you.
Sorry. I think this conversation, though, is very is detrimental. We've got 10 out of 15 of our schools between 60 and 70% capacity. That means we have between 30 and 40% empty rooms. So if we have, if we have 100 rooms in one school, between 30 and 40 of those rooms are empty. What are we doing with those rooms? Why are we going to leave them empty? We had a consolidation plan in order to protect class sizes, to invest in classroom resources, to support critical student services, to minimize staff shortages, and to fill unfilled positions, because then we don't have as... We need more money. We need to pay the bill. Golden Valley's telling us something. We can expand special education programs and services to every single school. We can revitalize the remaining schools that we have. We can redirect resources from underutilized facilities. I just don't, I can't get on board with not making the decision to close these schools.
Thank you, Miss Carol Hubbard. We have Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. And to start, just to make it official, I move to suspend the rules so we can finish business. I think we did that. So.
Should have done that an hour ago, Dorn.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden I looked up and I saw what time it was. So anyway, I could be slow. One of the things that has been raised in regarding this amendment is reducing costs and also reducing seat capacity. And so what I look at in part is that the administration has actually started towards that end. And there are two buildings that have not been part of the conversation and would be alternatives as part of the broader plan, and actually would be impacted by the decision of this amendment. So it's relative. Is there was great capacity, empty classrooms in our military schools on the post. The plan involved moving students, military students who live on post, from LAD to Arctic Light. It brings them to a higher capacity, connectedness, services, etc. Comment has been made in the discussions for consolidation is when Barnett came up as all of a sudden a impacted school by redistricting, well, they could go to LAD for 6, 7, and 8 because they have the program, but it's not. It's meeting some kids' needs, but it's got greater capability. So if you look at options for them, perhaps in at Barnett 6, 7, 8, or I know in several of the charter schools that they are looking for 6, 7, and 8 students.
Mr. Dorn, we're on the
okay.
subject of Pearl Creek.
Right, and this is specifically there because the plan was to move Pearl Creek students, a section of them, as they went to Ann Ween, then Ann Ween to LAD, so it's directly related. But that's approximately a 600 capacity school. Nordell was not on the list at all. It is a 400 capacity school and is that and has become an administrative annex, which has been one of the considerations. I will address that later on a little bit more fully because it has broader impacts. My point is we have other options that we can look at, discuss, and in terms of this, so just because, well, we can't take a school off because it's going to be have an impact on that, what we're looking for funding, that there are more options than what we're looking at that could maybe better than which school, this particular one, in this case, Pearl Creek, that it's has a major impact if we close it on our district and potentially financially, potentially in enrollments, and in terms of its proven effectiveness over the years.
Ms. Maple.
I am not I'm not comfortable making choices out of a fear of what could happen. If a charter school application comes before us and it is not viable for our district, we have the power to turn that down. And I understand that based off our governor's current desires, we would lose that power. And I also am hopeful that we have a legislature that is going to work hard to negotiate something reasonable. But I don't believe that it is that fear of what might come before us is an argument to increase our deficit. I admitted, like, the magnet plan that has been put forward is robust. I'm incredibly impressed by it. Not surprised at all that Shauna Henderson would I have zero concern that she would not excel at leading this option. And it still does not change where we are today. And so considering it for outside of the context of what could happen, I think has value. That considering whether or not to remove Pearl Creek Elementary from the list is an important conversation. But I think it has to be rooted in what we are dealing with right now, and not because if that were how we made this, any of these schools could start working on a charter application tomorrow, and we could have 5 charter applications in 2 months. And well, not 2 months, that would take a little longer than that. And I don't believe our community, I agree that I don't think our community can support that. But I don't think a fear of something that as a whole we've been hearing from our community over and over again that they don't want us to continue investing in. And we can't close charter schools, but we've had to have that conversation at every single meeting to explain why we don't have that power. So it is hard for me to envision a board moving forward with the idea that we would not listen to what we were hearing from the community with that and accept more charter schools willy-nilly. Yeah, that's all.
Mrs. Hardy.
As was stated before, the option for us to control whether or not we have charter schools in our community is currently before the legislature, and I think we ignore the political calculus at our own risk. We don't want to give further credence to the idea that we don't support charters, because that only emboldens legislators who I maybe don't agree with to be able to push for that option. Currently, we support our charters. We are partners with our charters. I was talking with someone this week about all of this, and they have a long history in this district. They were one of my teachers when I was in high school. And she brought up that she sat in this boardroom and listened about a decade ago to the person who was in charge of the BEST program, defending that program, and how the board at the time was going to cut it. And she pled and said, don't cut it. In fact, you should be investing in it. You are crazy to not be investing in it. And as a community, though, there was a lot of backlash. There was, we don't like homeschool. We don't like correspondence. This doesn't make any sense. And as the years have played out, we're paying for that choice now. I went and I dug up the numbers. You can go all the way back to 2005. And you can look, YKSD, which is Raven in 2005, had 1,000 students, little over 1,000 students in their homeschool program. Galena, which is IDEA, they had almost 3,000 students, 2,780. Fairbanks at that time had 175. There's some major players. And then you watch as it goes out. Around 2013 was when Senator Dunleavy at that time passed the ability to allow stipends to go to non-secretarial materials and all of that. And then you saw a supercharge. YKSD grew to 2,869. That's a growth of 1,744 BSA times 90 for that district. Galena skyrocketed to 3,714. The reason those districts are not facing those budget crises is because they read the political tea leaves and they invested in a program and turned it into something that generated money. I don't have to agree with all of this. I love neighborhood schools, and those are the only schools I've ever actually taught in. But over the last 5 years of advocacy efforts and trying to change the minds of people in the Borough Assembly and change the minds of people in Juneau, we cannot ignore that there are two sides of every opinion, and currently we live in the political climate we do. Schools of choice are something that is being asked for in our community, and we can either get on board and try to make choices we can accept, or we can wait for those choices to be taken away from us, and we can watch our school system further decline.
Mr. Burgess.
All right, I'm coming back around. We have we have a huge problem in front of us. We have to look forward, and this is hard. I mean, this is really difficult because you know, the weight of these decisions and the fact that they're irreversible when we're talking about school closures, it's a big deal. And I want everyone to understand that I understand that. I think this whole board understands that. I think I can't get past the fact that we have this huge deficit in front of us, and we don't have any guarantees of getting in additional funding. We look into next year, the situation just gets worse. We're talking about innovative ideas, hard decisions. In some ways, consolidation is an innovative idea. It can help us deliver a better education to the schools that we keep open. And this is, you know, I come back to, again, this isn't just a budget issue right now. This is also to help with declining enrollment, with staffing shortages. So I think it does help to solve some of the district's challenges. It does so in a way that isn't fair. Each of these schools has very compelling reasons why they should stay open. And it's our job as a board to think of the district as a whole. And I'm coming back around to where I was earlier. I do think that we have to make a decision to close schools. I don't like it. I don't. Pearl Creek has been, you know, it's been around longer than I have. And I've visited the school throughout my whole life for various reasons. I went to U Park, didn't attend Pearl Creek, but, you know, I know people who will be personally affected if we close Pearl Creek. One of my favorite people is in the back of the room right now. Shout out to the class of 2002. He's a teacher there, and one that's been talked about a lot recently. He's done amazing things at that school, and you know, this is hard, but I'm hearing the points made by other board members, and I'm trying to I'm taking those into consideration as well, but I don't have enough confidence that leaving the school open will attract more people back enough to make it cost neutral. And I can't support the amendment at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. So I would like to see if board members have anything new to add to this conversation.
Actually, I would like to respectfully request that board members stop texting during meetings. It has been happening. I've watched it during work sessions. I'm watching it right now. We are supposed to be maintaining focus and engagement during meetings to avoid distractions. And I'm seeing people have full-blown conversations.
Mrs. Julian.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have something new to say, which is that I think that it's false to say that the only place that we can innovate, and that's not being said, but where we innovate can only be at a certain school. And it was really tough to get to a place where I got to with Hunter. And I got there because we must innovate now. And it's at this board's discretion to think creatively about where that innovation is to serve the most students now and into the future. And I am really reluctant to make a decision because a political headwind that may be here for 2 years or 4 years is saying that we need to do that. It does not mean that I don't believe in innovation. I'm saying yes, okay, let's do that. But do we make a decision about a location based on that? Sure. And I think I did that with Hunter because of where it's located and because of where the growth is happening. It's very likely that we have 4 charter schools right now that could potentially move into buildings, and yeah, I'm at a point where I want to read one more thing, which is that Ann Ween, because this is important to say, has had a $7 million investment for federal government in energy upgrades. So that's another school that's in this kind of vicinity. It was listed in the Central Fairbanks. It has a science and recycling program. It has a 21% M-class growth and an 8% attendance improvements last year. So, I mean, I want to go back to the fact that there's been a lot of fear that's been driving this, which is that if my kid doesn't go to one school, that means that there's an assumption that they may not get a great education at another school. But I have seen the data here, and there are schools that are achieving a lot. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Anything new from board members before we move to the vote? Not seeing anything. We will move on to the vote. A yes vote means that you will remove Pearl Creek from the list. A no vote means Pearl Creek will stay on. Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Shannon,
No.
Colonel Cole,
No.
Charlie,
No.
Colonel Foster has left the meeting. Miss Maple,
No.
Mr. Burgess,
No.
Miss Julian, sorry.
No.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
No.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Miss Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
failed.
We are back to the original motion. Is there anything new from board members, or are we ready for that vote? Mr. Dorn.
A couple things to the motion and the 4 schools that remain on that. And I am speaking against the motion. But looking at the other schools, one school we have not spent very much time on is Midnight Sun. And I think that school deserves real consideration. There are some empty classrooms there. They do have space. I am very concerned that part of the conversation, though it was some kind, splitting some hairs on it in terms of whether it was part of it, a determining factor or not, but it was an immediate aftermath of it in terms of repurposing it. And one of the things that I look at with that is I'm concerned the approach to that school on that. The repurposing said, oh, we can put some people in there. We can put some students there. Two of the major ones as an alternative program, small group of students, relatively, 60 some, and we can put in a best home school. Very legitimate considerations, but we have the space. And I would say we should do it. If we're closing a building for financial reasons, but then we're keeping it open when we have space already to do that, to me, it's running into a little bit of doesn't meet the red face test. We faced that as a district when Nordell was closed. It wasn't in the original conversation. It came up pretty quickly and it was closed, but immediately repurposed, and services were moved from this building into that building. In terms of, yes, there was a decision by the board to broaden the marketing recruitment efforts of BEST and to try and meet some needs, services that other homeschool programs were offering, and access to a school gym. We have room in buildings to give access to a school gym, access to classrooms where some things can be done in family gatherings. We have classrooms available in schools that can be accessed and done that. I think those services are good, and they've proven well to be well received. But also with those conversations, and it happened a lot last year, that, oh, well, we could, if at that last year when Two Rivers was on the list, we could put a satellite best teacher out there. It came up in terms of conversation about Salcha. One of the joys of homeschooling is you can spread it out. We can have multiple places. We have multiple buildings available, and we could perhaps make those services even closer to people. Nordell has been an annex in lots of ways for the extension of this building. Has some good things come out? Do they do good work? Absolutely. But my concern is, oh, we're doing another building. We're still supporting that building. You pay the similar costs, whether it's full with students or there's a handful. Ostensibly, you have more lights off, maybe not as much water, but you're heating the whole building. You're keeping the building. So I do have concerns in terms of that. And as I mentioned, we have some alternatives to make savings that impact that community. And I am concerned about the capacity percentages of the two receiving schools, Tickasit Brown and North Pole E. It leaves very little room to grow, very little. The two other schools on the list in terms of Salcha and Two Rivers, they are integral communities. And I am quite concerned if, in terms of what we're doing there, I think that to actually go back to testimony from one of the Pearl Creek parents, but it applies to all of them, all our schools and our communities, is can we work together for a solution rather than just saying, oh, this is done. We have people who are saying we're willing to work together. We want to work together. And can we partner to do that? I urge us to turn down this plan because it stymies those opportunities to really work with our communities and really say, what can we do? What can we offer? And what's appropriate for those communities?
Ms. Maple?
I just want to address, I had motions prepared. I spent my day making sense of what that would look like, and I want, based off my comments in the first round of conversation and yesterday, what I just said in talking about the Second Amendment, I'm not prepared to make, I just want to acknowledge that I'm not prepared to make the motions that I intended to make because the deficit, as I was just saying before, has now grown 1.7 larger, that we're now looking at 7.7. And my hope for making motions to retain reduced models at Salcha and Two Rivers was a hope that that would be the only pull, because now it would be adding another million to the 7.7 that we're looking at, which I just was reminding myself of how we ended up here.
Mrs. Hardy?
I came into this meeting prepared to vote for school consolidations. I still think that that is the right choice in some cases. The current motion before us is not one I can support.
Mr. Burgess?
I'd like to ask a quick question about, just to get clarity for what we're voting on and make sure it's clear to the public as well. Because, you know, we saw a plan that included redistricting, that included potentially repurposing a building, and variations of that plan that affected other schools. So just to be clear, the votes tonight is on closing schools specifically and does not include those repurposing pieces or other.
Correct. It's just the buildings right now. We will, I will get with Dr. Miner and we will schedule some more work sessions, maybe a listening session or two, depending on what direction we go with that. But the plan is right now we vote on the 4 schools at hand, and then we will have those conversations in the coming weeks for repurposing and whatnot.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran?
I'd like to move to amend the motion by removing Two Rivers.
Second.
If I could adjust my motion.
Mr. Doran?
Two Rivers, again, I mean, it's one of those schools, as so many, you spend some time there. You watch kids come in, you watch their interactions, you watch parents come in, the interactions with staff. The efforts that they have put in as a community And we've watched the Two Rivers community testify to the borough. They're a community. They're an entity of their own. And all the positive pieces that are there within that, the piece, and I'm mindful of their saying, okay, we want to go K-8, and they've provided a place, not replicating middle school, it's K-8 school. It's what they are, what they offer for their students. Their effort to really say, as a community, and much broader than the school community itself, to say, this is important in our community, and I think that needs to be recognized. I think it's, I've been a principal of a small school in a smaller community. I know the qualities of that, and I think that Two Rivers has really exemplified that, and they deserve to have a school community that is really reaching out to throughout their community, yes, others, but their partnerships within their community, and say, hey, we have something for each of the children in our community. And even trying to bring in some of the preschoolers, so a little bit more getting parents introduced to what they offer. And I'm fully supportive of that, and I think that that is what our district should be supporting. And I link it again to our strategic planning. That's the conversation we need to have. Is a good framework for facilities. It's the bigger context, and I think Two Rivers is addressing that bigger context, what we want for kids, what we want for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you. That homestead theme that Two Rivers has stood up in the last year is pretty amazing, and it is amazing. It's connected to the land. It's connected to, it promotes hands-on learning. It's amazing. I want to ask, is there a way that we can do more of that at more of our schools? This is, when I look at and I know that there was redistricting that was done in that vicinity, that pulled more kids to Weller. However, when you look at the enrollment decline for Two Rivers, it's pretty substantial. You have, in 2004, 2005, you have 122 students, and today there's 64. It's a K-8 model. So again, there's some, and also there was redistricting. So things changed. That's not just all indicative of fewer kids because of the community changes. One thing that this one I can't get away from with Two Rivers, and then also with Salcha, and this is no fault of their own, is the cost per student is $22,300 at Two Rivers, and just a little bit less than that at Salcha. I believe it's $21,000, but I'll speak to the amendment on the table only. If we move Two Rivers families, it is a tremendous cost for families if they choose to put their students on buses. We also risk losing Two Rivers to homeschool. However, we do have a homeschool and homeschool program as well. And so you can't say that they would all go someplace else. Of course, they might say, yes, we're all going to go someplace else. When I think about Two Rivers, and I think about the fellow board members that were talking about resources and using those more effectively, Weller, if we close Two River, Weller goes from 72% capacity to 85% capacity, a better usage of that building. And that Weller is one of those schools that still maintains a relatively rural campus, offering students an opportunity to be outside so there's not a huge difference there. It's still in a rural area. So because of the steep enrollment declines, because of the changing demographics, because of the high cost per student, because we also see these opportunities to consolidate and use Weller more efficiently, which has more spaces to grow. And then, of course, there's those that might be redistricted to Tanana Middle, which has an Alaska Native Education Program, a DODEA. Weller is a 21st Century CCLC after-school program, DODEA grant, Johnson O'Malley tutors, and also has migrant education. I would support closing of this school.
Ms. Maple?
I'm not going to try to make an amendment to an amendment. I just want to say that if there is, I didn't put this forward assuming that there is not support for it. If there is, then I think that it would be really important that that this conversation be about the reduced model that I was talking about earlier. And I say that very specifically because Ms. Julian's right that it is, you can't, it is, and when we're talking about money, when we're talking about budget, you cannot look past the cost that is so different. And in my conversations, what I had found there to be some, entertainment of is, okay, so then let's make it not cost that much more per student. That's sort of that reduced model that we're talking about that I was talking about early in the meeting. So just offering that context.
Anything further from the board? Mr. Dorn?
An additional point would be that one of the things that could make a difference to Two Rivers when we talk about students, and do remember the state recognizes that there is an added cost factor to any small school, and they provide additional funds for that. But looking at redistricting, where is the line for Weller versus Two Rivers? And is there, and I don't know the details, but I'm raising the question, is that if we're concerned about the level of capacity, that could be adjusted pretty readily by more students being part of that attendance area for Two Rivers. Just something to think about.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Anything further from the board, or are we ready, Mr. Burgess?
Thanks. Just in the spirit of explaining my vote, hard as it is, I do agree with much of what Ms. Julian said. And I want to be clear, I apologize that I haven't been able to visit Two Rivers this year. I went out there last year and a couple times, and man, I love that school. I'm so impressed with the staff out there, with the principal. I like the library. It's got some really good artwork in it. And I want to recognize, I don't think we can just gloss over that it serves its own unique function for that community too. It is costly when you look at it per student. I am interested in you know, the idea of reducing those costs by cutting positions, I believe does have merit, but I think that ultimately we're looking at putting more burden on the staff who do stay behind and on the community to fill in the gaps too. And I don't know if that's fair. I don't even know if it's really feasible. You know, I keep thinking back on the presentation that we got about, you know, being able to fill in services better if we consolidate. And again, I think that is a really important reason that we have to also include in our calculations here. This isn't a numbers game to me. I want to be clear about that. And yet, the numbers can't be denied. The impact to communities here is huge, and I recognize that. But I can't. With the current situation, declining enrollment, staffing issues, and the budget crisis that we find ourselves in, and will continue to find ourselves in regardless of what we do tonight, to Mr. Doran's point, it's huge. It's insurmountable. I don't know how we solve these problems, and I don't have a lot of optimism for increased revenue here. So I can't support removing this school from the list at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. I'm going to throw myself in real quick. I agree, Mr. Burgess. But I want to preface that with I had the most amazing time out at Two Rivers a few weeks back. Miss Wild, that was the coolest visit in the middle of a very contentious budget cycle that we have started with these school consolidations. And you welcomed me into your school. And, you know, it was just going to be a game. And then I got the whole show. You know, I got to see those students and what you do out there. And it was beautiful. Promised myself I wouldn't break. And I have to agree with Mr. Burgess. I just don't see how a limited model is fair or equitable to our students. I hate all of this. I you know, it's hard. It is, just like Mr. Burgess said, but I still side with not removing it off the list. And I'm sorry, Miss Wild. Any other questions or anything? Miss Meredith Maple.
I like Miss Meredith better. I want to move to amend the amendment to remove Two Rivers from the list with reduction of operating budget to be discussed during budget discussion.
Second.
Miss Julian.
I'll second it for.
It's already been seconded.
Is that was okay?
I have a question to the administration. What are we talking about with what was just proposed from a money perspective and also a staffing perspective?
I think the question might be better to Ms. Maple to explain what her motion is.
Okay, thank you.
The motion is, the intention of my motion is that
I'm looking for a dollar amount, and I know the intention, which is to reduce the services at Two Rivers. But I want to know what type of dollar amount are we talking about, and what type of services are we talking about reducing?
The part of that I can answer is that I'm talking about 400,000, which was in that initial conversation in Dr. Meinert's update to the board. And I am not talking about specific positions, because my intention would be much like, and correct me if this is not a plausible thing, much like when Dr. Meinert puts forward that he's going to cut X amount of money to the district, to the admin. He's not saying I'm going to fire X, Y, and Z people. And so that would be much the same intention of through the budget session, figuring out what that could look like based off the needs of that school, which is not a very clear answer.
Ms. Hardy.
I would like to address a question through the chair to the administration. On what you provided us, it said that we could save approximately 600,000. Not the savings, what is the cost of a reduced model at Two Rivers?
Can we take a short recess and we can get that for you?
Short recess. All right, we are back from recess, and I will send this over to Dr. Miner for an answer.
Yeah, I'll pass it over to Mr. DeGraw to give an update on numbers.
I'm gonna do this by heart because my computer just died, so it's recharging. It's restarting as we speak. So I think the question was approximate costs to run a reduced model at Two Rivers Elementary. Is that accurate? So the estimated costs for the model that Dr. Miner presented of 3 teachers, instructional teachers, 1 being a head teacher, as well as 1 full-time custodian and a full-time nutrition services staff member. This includes utilities, a small budget for activities, same activities budget as other elementaries have per student, and some temporary and sub-budgets that we normally allocate to schools. The approximate cost would be $600,000 to run that model. The estimated savings for full consolidation was 1.1 million, so it would reduce those savings by about $500,000.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Ms. Hardy.
I wanted to be wrong. So it would approximately cost us $600,000 to run that model. Two Rivers at its current enrollment with a 5960 BSA brings in $884,787 and some change. I still believe if Two Rivers wanted to run a charter, it's a feasible model and possibly would give you even more resources.
Any other comments from the board? Mr. Dorn.
I want to speak to the amendment to amend. And I think I'm supportive of it because I think what it has raised is it's a conversation that belongs in our budget considerations. I like the way the wording was in that it does not specify a particular model, but it says we will talk about it, and that it expresses and implies that we will come up with some cost savings. I think that conversation becomes valuable to what is feasible. Yes, the administration has suggested one particular model, but I think it's a model that needs to be talked about and say what is appropriate, what can we really do. But the direction is to say, yes, this is important to the community. It's important for students most significantly, and how can we serve that student body with the idea that we're going to realize some cost savings. What the exact amount will be something that would be part of our conversations. And it might say we need to get this level of savings or that level of savings, or maybe in the big picture when we talk about all the different components of the budget, that this is what we can do and such. So I think it's an important and a good conversation that brings it forward, but it still says we're going to recognize the importance of having a school, a neighborhood school in Two Rivers.
Dr. Miner?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that the model we put forward for the board was showing maximum savings, and so there is obviously a lot of conversation around what that model could look like, but wanted to show you kind of what the bare minimum would be in terms of still being able to operate a school in Two Rivers or Salcha.
Thank you, Dr. Miner. First, we have Ms. Julian.
Yeah, thank you. I go back to, again, the services for the students. And I think about, I go back to innovation and where that can happen. And I I don't see how those students in a K-8 model with this reduced educator staff even meets what they're doing right now with the homestead model. I see a diminishment of services. And this is one instance. We have a rural school that's way out there. If we are going to innovate, not just save a building, but innovate, we need to do something that will draw people back. Will a diminished model to say that we want to have a neighborhood school in this, but we can't really afford it, so we're going to not give you much at all? Is that going to drive enrollment back? I don't think so. I don't like to. Is that going to potentially lose students that we have there now? I think maybe. I don't have a crystal ball, but this is a different model than what we're able to provide right now. So I would be much more in favor of, as Ms. Hardy said, letting them get that full money, that full BSA. And this is in an instance where I think about location, and I think about, we have the ability as a board to expedite a potential charter application there, where that might reinvigorate and draw people back, where we know that there are homeschooling families that are going to different models. Could we invigorate that school very quickly, give them the money, fast track this, and say, here's a shining star in our rural communities that is a public charter school model? I could get behind that.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, I'm sorry. Dr. Minor?
I'm sorry. I just want to temper expectations on fast tracking charter school applications because there are a lot of logistical things that are outside of our control, especially with the State Board of Education's approval. And so while we would, support that process, I just want to be cautious that I'm not sure that we would be able to meet all timelines to operate a charter school in the start of next school year. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Dr. Minor. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. Again, I just spoke a minute ago about how I do see the importance of this school to this community, and I'm leaning in the direction at this point of leaving Two Rivers open with the potential to reduce funding. And I would love to hear more discussion from board members, but this option, though it's not ideal, and it does mean that we are creating inequities at a particular school, there's also the equity issue of just the fact that there is a school there in the first place, serving a particular rural population that wants it to be there. So I have reservations, but I recognize the importance of these rural schools, and I want to acknowledge that these communities also, they already step up in big ways to help their school run. There's incredible partnerships, and I would hope that if we went to a reduced funding model, that those partnerships could help sustain the school and the community. So I'm leaning in favor of this motion.
Mr. Dorn.
I'd like to address the idea of a reduced model, diminished services, because I think that's a bit of a misnomer. And again, going back to what we talk about, what equity means is providing what the individual student, in this case, school community, needs. It's not the same for every place. The other thing is that the assumption that diminished services or reduced is less. And that's a misnomer. And I'm mindful of testimony in our borough over many years. People in outlying areas, Two Rivers, we'll use because that's what we're talking about specifically at the moment, have said to the borough, we don't get all the services. They've at times said, we don't want all the services that the borough can offer. And so, and they don't feel diminished by that. It's choices that were there. Arguably, the students who are at Two Rivers right now are getting a much enriched and enhanced experience, even with some of the limitations. And so using our own mind view of saying what is less, but forgetting what more is there. And I'm going to, well, I can't remember the author of the book right offhand, but in terms of the lenses that we look at people's lives is really important and needs broadening. And particularly, this was a well-regarded author, researcher in education and in terms of how we look at poverty and how we might determine that. But it doesn't mean less. And I'd like us to keep that really in mind. I love the conversation that should take place in terms of saying, how can we be supportive? What is, yes, when we get into budget, we're going to have to talk about some of those dollars and cents, but there's options and it's not less. And I think that's when we talk about equity, diversity, inclusion in our strategic goals currently and in our current mission statement. And I hope it will be fully included and give us that flexibility when we design the new strategic plan.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Is there anything new from board members at this time? Not seeing anything. We will move to the motion on the amendment to the amendment, which is a reduced funding model for Two Rivers.
Can I suggest that this vote could carry the main motion as well?
If it passes, this
Yeah.
vote can carry the main motion, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
The original.
Yep, they can carry to the original.
Sorry,
to be
clarification, the amendment will carry
Yes, the amendment, Mr. Doran, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote on the amendment to the amendment? A yes vote will solidify a reduced funding model for Two Rivers and put it back in the original amendment. A no vote fails and we go back to the original amendment. Correct?
Yes.
Would just be Two Rivers without the reduced model because you amended to amend.
So if it carries.
Okay, so if it carries, so then,
carries-
okay.
yeah.
So then we go back to original amendment. Okay. So if we could take a vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Both of the colonels have left the meeting now, so Mr. Shannon.
No.
Charlie?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Hardy?
No.
Miss Maple?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Ms. Julian,
No.
Original motion, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, back to the original motion of Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, Salcha, and Two Rivers. Is there anything new from the board on this?
Clarification,
Yes,
the
sir.
amendment to the amendment did not pass, so it doesn't carry the amendment. So we have the
Okay,
amendment.
so then
still
we're
on the
back on the amendment with Two Rivers then. So is there anything else new from the board? And remind me of the original motion, it was to
to remove
Two Rivers. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so a yes vote will remove Two Rivers from the list. A no vote will keep it on the list. Yes. Okay, so a yes vote removes it, a no vote keeps it on. Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Charlie,
No.
Mr. Shannon,
No.
Mrs. Hardy,
No.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
for Burgess,
Yes.
Ms. Julian,
No.
Ms. Carol Hubbard,
No.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
No.
Motion failed.
Move to remove Salcha from the main motion.
Second.
Discussion from the board. Mr. Dorn.
Okay. There are some similarities, but there are differences. When I look at Salcha, arguably under consideration now, it is the one most greatly impacted in distancing them from their community for students. It is a significant drive. What I also understand is there are growing neighborhood pockets throughout Salcha that are developing, families moving into those, and so it is a growing community in its own and has some good contingency, and it is the one that we're moving students furthest from their home area.
Mr. Burgess.
Thanks. I agree with Mr. Doran. I'll just talk about when I visited the school recently. This is a really critical school to this community. This small town. And we've heard loud and clear that that these folks want a school there. I've seen them already operating with unfilled positions. I said yesterday in the work session, I saw the principal covering custodial duties while I was out there. Just spreading gravel so people could walk across an icy parking lot without slipping and cracking their heads open. Appreciate that because I had just arrived. And it was that icy day. I saw the administrative assistant filling in for nutrition services because they're missing a position there. I heard from the staff that they and the community all come together, and there's lots of folks that volunteer out there, that it's a very tight-knit community, and because of that, they lift each other up. They watch out for each other, but they also keep each other in check. And so there's, it sounds like, the opinion is that there's less behavioral issues potentially, and that these kids and parents and staff are all looking out for one another. And it's a distance. It's a good drive to get out there, even even from North Pole. And that's an important consideration. I do think that, because they have such a strong community like that, that this reduced model may be feasible. And so I'm going to go ahead and make that motion this time. So I move to amend the amendment by removing Salcha Elementary from the list with direction to administration to produce a reduced funding model during budget season.
Second.
Is there any discussion from the board? Seeing none. Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote on the amendment to the amendment? A yes vote will pull this off the list with a reduced funding model. A no vote keeps it on the list.
Ms. Charlie?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Ms. Carol Hubbard?
No.
Yes.
Hardy?
A no keeps it on the list. A yes removes it with a lesser funding model.
No.
Ms. Maple?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
No.
Motion carried.
So that will bring us back now to the original motion, which leaves Pearl Creek, Two Rivers, and Midnight Sun.
Move to remove Midnight Sun from the list.
Second.
Discussion from the board. Mr. Dorn.
Okay. In light of the discussions that we've had, we know Midnight Sun has space to host an additional support program in the North Pole area. It has space to host a best homeschool office, main or satellite, and so it does, in terms of what has been proposed as savings, it would mean that we would displace less students, but we would be able to better utilize the area and perhaps reduce the footprint and some of the costs in other areas for either leasing or for program space or maintaining multiple buildings for primarily administrative services.
Anything else from the board? Mr. Burgess.
Another great school. Another great school. I visited Midnight Sun after Salcha a couple weeks ago, and I was very impressed with the staff and the community that they've built, the programs that they've developed, the way that that school works together. I have heard the concerns from their community that they don't want certain programs in their school and to be split up, including both the pre-K and the IR program. And in this case, you know, as much as it, again, it pains me to say, like we have a serious situation here, and I recognize the importance and the value of this school, and it's still there's some logic in closing this one. I have a lot of trepidation already about the savings that we're not realizing by removing a couple of these schools already. And so I can't support the removal of another school at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Julian.
I'm at the point with this. I'm glad that we're talking about Midnight Sun Elementary. This one was a really hard one, and I had a lot of conversations with the administration about this one because, to me, it really threw this community. They weren't expecting it, and so for me, when I look at the data, it's very hard because by closing this school, we are pushing 2 other schools above 90% capacity. However, we've done that in the past. This one as well, I looked at the administration's recommendation, and it was very difficult to see that last year it was a different school, and this year it's a different one that was listed. And I think that the community had a lot of questions about that, and I'm not sure that we adequately addressed those. However, with the plan to repurpose, and I know that that's not what we're voting on tonight, but I know that the intention is that we are keeping this so that we could potentially have room to grow. North Pole is one of the is the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing communities in this entire state. So I support consolidation. At this point, I would be supportive of consolidating, knowing that we are maintaining the facility, knowing that we are going to have room to grow, not much at the other schools, but this one I feel like we're in a position where we have to make the least bad decision, and I think that we still have to consolidate there.
Thank you, Mrs. Julian. Anything further or new from the board? Seeing none at this time, Mrs. Richardson, would you please call the vote on removal of Midnight Sun from the list? A yes vote will remove it, a no vote will keep it on.
Miss Charlie?
No.
Mr. Shannon?
No.
Mr. Burgess?
No.
Miss Julian?
No.
Miss Carol Hubbard?
No.
Mr. Dorn?
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy?
No.
Maple?
No.
Burnett?
No. Now we go back to the original motion, which is now approval of the closure of Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, and Two Rivers Elementary School. Anything further or new from the board that has not been discussed? Mr. Dorn.
I'm going to urge a no vote on this. One of the things that I think is significant is we removed one school from the list, kept another school on the list, which have very similar things. And I'm talking specifically Two Rivers, and Salcher considerations. In terms of Pearl Creek, a significant service to more remote parts of our community, and other factors that I've addressed before, so I don't want to repeat those. I do want to reinforce that we are not solving our issue, but we are reducing parent choice options, and that we are reducing the innovation opportunities that are available to us. And so I'm going to, with my previous reasons, as well as on for each of the remaining schools on the list, urge that we as a board turn it down, and we look at some alternatives which are available to us, and we should be looking at one way or the other when we go into budget negotiation or budget considerations.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. Anything else from the board? Mr. Burgess.
I just want to thank Mr. Dorn for raising these points. As difficult as it is, I do think that there are reasons for consolidation beyond the budget. And yes, I agree wholeheartedly. We do not fix our budget situation by consolidating schools. We do chip away at it a little bit, and that helps. But again, we're looking at reduced enrollment, challenges with recruitment and retention relating to staffing shortages, and by consolidating, we can help to address some of those challenges that we have been facing as a district for many years now. This is a horrible decision, and I just want to circle back to, whatever happens next, we need to remember that our funding sources, the state legislature and the Borough Assembly, are a large part of why we're in this position. We need more funding. I don't feel good about it, but I do feel that the right choice is to vote in favor of consolidation.
Mrs. Hardy.
The decisions this board has made tonight make no logical sense. I can't make rhyme or reason of it. And I worry that we have put our administration in an impossible and precarious position. And while I have undying faith in Superintendent Dr. Meinert, I don't know how we do this. I still believe, but it's the will of the board, that we are shooting ourselves in the foot to vote to close Pearl Creek. And I do believe we need to close some schools, but I cannot support this motion. We are making bad decisions, and I won't sign my name on the line for them.
Anything further from the board? Seeing nothing at this time, Mrs. Richardson, will you please call the vote on the consolidation of Midnight Sun, Pearl Creek, and Two Rivers Elementary. A yes vote will consolidate. A no vote fails.
Charlie?
Yes.
Shannon?
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard?
Yes.
Mr. Doran?
No.
Hardy?
No.
Miss Maple?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett?
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you, board, for your work. We will move into board comments, and we will start down here with Mr. Burgess tonight.
I'm just gonna say it. I don't know if we got this right tonight. These are tough decisions. We're in a situation not of our own making. But the combination of flat funding, declining enrollment trends, and staffing shortages have put us in a position that is frankly impossible, particularly the flat funding. I do think that we can improve services and revitalize our schools through consolidation if the funding situation is improved. If we don't get that funding, all of our schools are in for a lot more hurt, a lot more pain, and our community as a whole. You know, people have pointed out many times that this is a downward spiral that we're on. We're in this positive feedback loop, right, where we don't have enough funding, so we make tough decisions. We make cuts that decrease the services to our schools, which drives people away from our schools, which results in further reductions to funding, and a narrative that pops up that says our schools are failing. Okay, our schools are not failing. We have thriving schools in this community, but they will not continue to thrive in the way that they are now if we continue to see reduced funding. If we don't get a substantial increase to the state's base student allocation, the future does not look great for our district, and that applies to every school here. The neighborhood schools, the magnets, and the charters. And, you know, I'll go back to last night. I brought up one of my favorite books, Horton Hears a Who. For those not familiar, Horton is an elephant. He's got big ears, and that's important to the story. I'm sorry I didn't bring the book so I could read it, but summarizing the plot. He finds a dust mote, right? And he hears voices on this dust mote. That's Whoville. They're very, very tiny, right? And so Horton carries this dust mote around. He puts it on Clover, he carries it around, keeps it safe. But nobody else believes him. Nobody else can hear the Whos as they're pleading for their town, which has gone through some, crazy shakes with the dust mote flying around. So they come up with a plan, right? The mayor of Whoville rallies everybody to raise their voices all together so that animals other than Horton can hear them and believe that they exist and that they need help. So they rally the whole town of Whoville. Every last person, every last two is yelling, but the animals still can't hear him, except for Horton with his big ears. Okay, we're not going to get into whether that's biologically accurate, but but the point is that they use their collective voices, and in the end, they found one shirker. The mayor finds one shirker, JoJo. He was just playing with a yo-yo. He's supposed to be shouting and making noise, playing their instruments like everyone else. But then when he adds his voice, that puts it over the top. So what I'm going to ask all of you folks who are listening, who are in the room, online, on the radio, what I'm going to ask you to do is look for those shirkers. Find your friends who haven't been paying attention or haven't been able to be involved, and get them involved. Find ways to lift each other up so that we all can use our collective voices to call on the legislature and our borough assembly to fund us to the extent that we need it to maintain the schools that we still have. This is the only way out of this downward spiral. Okay, and I know, the decisions we made here today may compound that spiral. That's been a concern that's been raised. But I also ask folks whose schools are being closed or who are being displaced from their schools, I ask you to stay strong, stay resilient, and be united with this district, because we need you to stay here and add your voices and help this whole community to survive. This is going to be a collective effort. This is going to cause a lot of pain in these schools that closed, and we need to be there for each other as a community. So if you're thinking, I can't possibly send my child to another school, I understand. I'm not gonna hold that against anybody. Everybody has to make the decisions that we have to make in situations like this. But I would ask you to at least give it a try. All of our schools are great, and we can continue making them great as long as we work together. Said it before, we are many schools, many communities within this larger community, but we are one school district, and we need to act like it. We need to stick together and help carry each other through these hard times. So that's my plea for this community. Stick with us, stick together. You may not agree with the choices. I don't even know if they were the right choices that we made tonight. But we all, regardless, we need each other. And we can look to some of our schools as examples of communities that already do that, and follow that example as a larger district and borough. So that's my ask. Thank you.
Mr. Dorn.
I'm disappointed in our decision. I think we missed an opportunity. We have often talked regarding student-focused governance. We have a common interest in students, and we're missing an opportunity to stand up for them. Public education is under attack. A lot of it is misnomer. A lot of it is, I'll leave it at misnomer. We watched our schools. I'm glad we were able to save some. Schools who are on this list who deserve to be kept open, who deserve to be supported. The financial situation is real. Actually, we could be back here next month closing schools. We didn't solve anything here. And we didn't stand up for our students, our educators. We did not stand up for public education. And so I am disappointed. There's a piece of me that says, oh, could we have changed the outcome a little bit? I will say I was very tempted to vote yes, which would have put me on the side where I could have asked for a reconsideration. But that wouldn't have been fair. It would be using a system and maybe just delaying the decision. But I think it is a matter of each of us, as we've done, and I have the full faith, each person looking to say, you know, not the worst decision to make, but the best decision to make, whichever side it fell on the vote. And I appreciate people really putting into that time and that thought. But I really do wish we had stood up for kids. And our state needs to do that. We need to stand up for our kids. I just, because we do have several principals still in the room at midnight, just to let you know, and I hope if there are others listening or teachers listening, and we have some teachers in the room, I do docent at the museum and with the school tours. And I was informed yesterday when I was up there working with a group of fifth graders that there are openings for school tours later in the spring. So if you haven't had a chance for your classes to sign up, I just want to encourage you to think about it. Contact the museum and see if you can get on that list. Not all of them have been filled up. And so maybe for a variety of reasons, but I want to get that out there. It's an opportunity for teachers and students. The other thing I wanted to informationally let the board know, and I won't go into it tonight, but I think it's important that you know, I'll give you more information another time. It's just too late. And the subject matter tonight has been too serious to deviate too much. But I want to let you know that I've been accepted as a fellow for the school board partners. I'll give you more information about it, but it's a group of 75 in this cohort of school board members around the nation, setting up a network, training, mentoring, opportunities to learn. And there was an application interview process, etc. But I want to let you know that I am involved with that, and I will give you more information and ensure that at another time.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Ms. Maple?
I'll be brief. I believe that we had to make really difficult decisions tonight because we are in a budget crisis. We anticipated this. We spent a year making plans, and there's going to be criticism of those plans. It's only natural. I would expect nothing less. I think consolidation is, at the end of the day, a student-centered decision because it will allow us to seek to serve all of our students better, even if I don't like it and even if it's painful.
Thank you, Ms. Maple. Ms. Julian.
Thank you. So we have a storm, and it's here. It's been coming. It was here last year, and that storm is enrollment declines, flat funding, insufficient funding, grossly insufficient funding. There are headwinds that we are facing as a community, and a lot of that we can't control. We can't control storms, but we can control how we respond to them. So prior to moving here 12 years ago, I lived in Colorado for 11 years, and that is where the buffaloes roam. And buffaloes wait for the storm to cross over the crest of the peak of the mountaintop. And as that storm rolls over the ridge, buffaloes will turn and they will charge directly at the storm. They run at the storm, and by running at the storm, they run straight through it, minimizing the amount of pain, time, and frustration they experience from that storm. And we are running towards that storm right now. And when I ran for this board and then have had a true honor to serve on this board since October, I have prioritized students and made decisions to get us to a place where financially we can be more stable and serve more students. And tonight I did not vote to close every school. And the reason I didn't do that is because there are places in our community where we need to innovate, and where we can innovate, and where we can draw people back. And I strongly believe in our ability to look at the configuration and say, all right, what are we going to do? How are we going to get to work? The ones that my intention with the votes tonight is not it's the end, or we're going to keep you as you are. You're closed, or we're going to keep you as you are. It's maybe there's different options in those communities, and let's go for it. Full steam ahead. Let's see what we can do to move things forward so that we can serve our students. And maybe one of the things that we can control in that storm is bring enrollment back. Another thing that I challenge this board to do is to look at our best homeschooling option. We know that more students are choosing correspondence programs. We also know that only about 10% of fourth graders that are in correspondence programs take standardized tests, and I have to say that because we don't know necessarily that that's serving students better, but we know that parents and families want that option. So when we think about that, what can we not only do to innovate there to better serve students so that they choose best versus one of the other programs, but then also I am challenging us and also reminding the community that it doesn't stop here. To Mr. Dorn's point, it doesn't stop here. If we stop, we die. If we stop, that storm kills us all. We have to keep going. We have not talked about a lot of things that need to be discussed. We have not talked about secondary schools. We have not talked about what we can do and how fast we could fast track some different options for different schools that were closed tonight. We have not talked about are our charter schools have any flexibility at all? And I realize that they're tied into leases, but to come back, There are things that we need to talk about now to innovate, to help attract more people to our district. We are in a dire situation with a trifecta of decreased enrollment that is due to outmigration, an aging borough, as well as reduced funding, inadequate funding that has been stale from those who fund us. And then this element of choice, and also this general idea that our schools aren't good. So I want to end just by sharing. I talked a little bit, I tried to sprinkle it in here. I'm going to talk about another school right now, Denali Elementary, that had 14% growth in M-Class, a 2% increase in attendance, a great walk to read program. Our schools are innovating now. So I challenge us to stop saying that this school is better than that. The most important thing, and we know this, one of the most important things in an education that leads to outcomes is the support that they receive, that child, that student receives around them. And that goes to home too. So what are those? I asked families tonight to look at also what you can do. Look in the mirror and what you can do to help your student succeed, to help be a partner with your educators, with your teachers, with your principals, to help partner. That is critical to the success of students as well. So there are things that we can do. Thank you.
Mrs. Hardy?
At my core, I'm a teacher. I will always be a teacher. And as a teacher, I think the only path forward through difficult times is education. So I hope you'll indulge me. I have a mic and I have a lesson. As residents of an incorporated borough, it is essential that we understand the required local contribution, or the RLC. The RLC functions similarly to an insurance deductible. Until the municipality meets its RLC obligation, the state contributes nothing towards education. The RLC is calculated by applying a 2.65 mill rate to the Fairbanks North Star Borough real and personal property value as determined by the state. In 2017, the state assessed the borough's real and personal property at over $10 billion. By 2023, that figure had increased to $12 billion, well over $12 billion. As a result, the borough's calculated share of education funding, the RLC, also increased. Only incorporated boroughs and first-class cities pay an RLC to the state, whereas unincorporated areas, known as regional educational areas, or REAs, do not contribute locally. Instead, all their education funding comes from the state. For instance, Delta Greeley is an REAA that contributes nothing to the state for school funding. Across Alaska, there are 19 REAAs and 34 incorporated boroughs and cities. From 2017 to 2023, Fairbanks's RLC increased by a net total of over $5 million. Over this same 6-year period, the state required the borough to contribute an additional total over $14 million in local funds compared to what the RLC was in 2017. This means local taxpayers provided $14 million in additional money to the state to reduce the state's financial responsibility to Alaska schools over those 6 years. Another crucial component of education funding is the basic need. The state determines this figure through the foundation formula, which utilizes an enrollment number established during a 10-day attendance period done in October. This number, known as the average daily membership, or ADM, is then adjusted through a series of multipliers to generate the adjusted ADM. The adjusted ADM is multiplied by the BSA to determine the district's basic need. Due to our declining enrollment, Fairbanks's basic need decreased by a total of over $9 million from 2017 to 2023. The cumulative reduction in state funding through the basic need during that period was over $30 million. When combining the state funding loss to the increase in the RLC, Fairbanks lost a total of over $44 million in education funding during those 6 years. The Fairbanks North Star Borough is the second largest contributor to our education funding. Beyond the RLC, the mayor and the Borough Assembly can provide additional funding above the RLC. Well, there is a maximum allowable additional local contribution. Fairbanks has never reached the funding cap. In 2017, the borough's additional local funding above the RLC was over $26 million, but by 2023, it had decreased to just over $20 million. This represents a net loss of over $5 million. Over those 6 years, the total reduction in above RLC funding amounted to over $34 million. When combining state funding losses with the borough funding reductions, the total decline in education funding for our schools was over $79 million. While Fairbanks has faced continuous funding cuts, other communities like Matsu have seen steady increases in their education funding. Although Matsu's student enrollment has risen significantly since 2017, its increased funding is not solely due to enrollment growth. Matsu's RLC rose from over $27 million in 2017 to $36 million in 2023. In 2017, Matsu's real and personal property values were lower than Fairbanks, but by 2022, they had surpassed Fairbanks by over $2 billion. Additionally, Matsu's above the RLC, so their choice to contribute to their schools, grew from $31 million in 2017 to over $33 million in 2023, an net increase of over $2 million, but a total over those year increase of over $4 million to their schools. While this increase may appear modest, it starkly contrasts with Fairbanks's over $30 million above the RLC funding reduction approved by our Borough Assembly. This further illustrates why Fairbanks is currently facing the education funding crisis of a magnitude unseen around the rest of our state. Federal impact aid also plays a significant role in Fairbanks's education funding. The federal program compensates districts for lost property tax revenue from federal funds, including land owned by the DoD, national parks, reserves, tribal lands. These lands are all tax exempt, so the federal government provides impact aid to offset the loss in local property tax revenue. However, Alaska is the only state that utilizes a federal provision allowing it to retain a substantial portion of our impact aid through a disparity test. Not all districts qualify for impact aid, and the amounts vary widely each year and between districts. Fairbanks receives a significant amount of impact aid compared to other districts. But the state can withhold up to 90% of eligible funds. The state determines the retention percentage of eligible impact aid funds by dividing the RLC by our total local contribution, so what we provide above the RLC. As a result, when the municipality contributes less above the RLC funding, the state withholds even more impact aid. In 2017, the state's allowable retention percentage was 52%, but by 2023, it had risen to over 61%. Consequently, because Fairbanks contributed less to the above the RLC, the state further reduced funding by withholding more impact aid. Between 2017 and 2023, the state withheld a total of over $53 million in impact aid from Fairbanks schools. When you add this number to the total additional RLC growth over the same 6 years, it totals over $67 million. This number can be seen as the total amount Fairbanks taxpayers added to the state's coffers to offset the state's constitutional obligation to fund education, all while some communities in our state pay considerably less or nothing at all. When combining total losses in state, local, and impact aid funding from 2017 to 2023, Fairbanks' potential revenue loss amounts to over $133 million. Imagine the opportunities our schools could have had if we'd been provided with an additional $133 million over the past 6 years. Meanwhile, Matsu, which does not qualify for any impact aid, and therefore does not experience any withholdings, saw a total educational funding increase of over $13 million. During that same period, furthermore, all these figures do not reflect inflation. They are all unadjusted. I've compiled a spreadsheet detailing the data for every single school district in the state using figures from the state's published foundation reports and disparity tests reports. They're all available on the DEED website. The numbers speak for themselves. Our schools have been systematically underfunded, and no district exemplifies this slow starvation more clearly than Fairbanks. Fairbanks represents the perfect storm of reduced state and local funding exacerbated by the state's inequitable impact aid practices. It is evident that Alaska schools need an increase to the BSA, and I urge our interior legislators, our elected local officials, and any interested local residents to advocate for that BSA increase and also start learning about impact aid policies and their disproportional effect on certain districts to the benefit of others.
Miss Carol Hubbard.
Wow. Thank you, Mrs. Hardy. Wow. Well, I had a lot to say, but I'm going to chunk it down to a couple of sentences. Change can be a great thing. And if we don't change, we don't grow. I want to encourage everyone, don't let what you can't do get in the way of what you can do. To the parents, I want to say you and your students are braver than you think. You and your students are stronger than they seem, than all you seem, and you and your students are smarter than you think. Nelson Mandela said, "It always seems impossible until it's done. Let's work together and get the impossible done."
Thank you. I would just like to leave this with first thanking the board for your work tonight. I know many of you here are frustrated. I'm frustrated. But there was no right or wrong. I go back to that. There was no right or wrong here. And you guys really did put in a lot of work and did well, and we will make it through this together. And I thank the community, and for those who have been here with us all night, thank you very much for sticking with us and for being here and for being with us not just the last month, but the last few months, the last year. It's really important for our community to be involved, and so thank you so much. Thank you to our teachers and principals. I know you guys got to be at work in the morning. At the end of this, we're sorry, and just advocate. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are now adjourned.